many areas of people's lives from, and government lives too, right? Everything from child protective services to, to our Department of Corrections to, it's really hard to think of an area of state government where this doesn't touch. And then we get into people's lives. And if you figure one person with addiction touches 7 other people, friends, family, coworkers, we're really talking about 75% of the citizens of the state of Tennessee is what we're looking at. And so this is a complex problem. And one of the things I used to dream about was, what if money just fell out of the sky? What would we do that we're not doing right now if we just had this money appear? And in a way, that's what this is. Now, a lot of people had to die, and I refer to it as blood money all the time, and I'll continue to do so. But one of the things that I haven't seen, and it's not a fault of this council, is because we don't submit applications. We don't submit grants. We evaluate them based on what's sent in and what our needs are, which is what we'll do today. And we'll put money in our community today, which I'm fired up about. I always get fired up on days like today. But what I have not seen, I haven't seen things that I think are innovative. And I guess I get that for, a little bit, because you want to put money into things that you're familiar with and the things that you're already doing, and you want to expand it. But I'm going to show you an example because I think I have 2 years left on this council if I don't get fired before then. And so I'm talking about it in public. If people want to know, what can we put forward, that would help the citizens of the state of Tennessee, I think you have to, my first thing is to look around at other states who are having some success in some areas, and of course, steal it. That's fine. And I think there's some things around us in Tennessee that are going really well that we have not adopted in Tennessee. And if anybody wants help with that, I'll be glad to, put you on the trail. But one of the things I look at in other states is one of the states I'm working in right now, the great state of West Virginia. They have police and peers and quick response teams where they embed peers within law enforcement. And when they respond to an overdose, rather than just taking somebody to the ER and they leave in an hour, they've got a peer right there that can start to direct them to services to help for their addiction. And I think that's a really good thing. And I know the results that we've seen in West Virginia as a result of that. We don't have anything like that in Tennessee. We have first responders that are armed with Narcan. Our partnership with law enforcement has always been good, and I think it continues to grow. But I think there's some things that we can look at in other areas. And one of the, I'm going to start off our why today. I'm sorry, I love these ladies I'm getting ready to show you. And I want you to think about the cost of what we're looking at right here in just a second. No medication involved. There's nothing controversial about this. These women are all in the same pod in the Bedford County Jail, Shelbyville, Tennessee. You're going to see the guy who masterminded it, Chris Cook, LT, and Chris is out in the garden with the ladies. But these ladies are all part of a program in Bedford County called MRT, More Recognition Therapy. Chris went off and got training as some work results done. Tommy, I'm forgetting the name of the group, but you know what I'm talking about of the COs in the state. RK runs it. You know what I'm talking about? Tennessee Correctional Officers, is that it? So that's where I met Chris. And Chris had this idea that, that he could go off and get trained in MRT, bring this into his jail, and for the inmates who wanted to participate, start to help them with the reason that they were there, which for most of them was substance use disorder of some type. The sheriff out there, a guy named Austin Swing, who is a great guy, gave him 3 acres behind the jail. So what you're going to see, this is all right behind the Bedford County Jail. And when I found it the first time and went out there, I was blown away. I spent all afternoon there. These ladies had plowed this 3-acre field with a rototiller, like you would use in your little flower garden at your house, 3 acres. And since we've shined a light on this, because we've done that, we put together a little documentary and slung it out there and got some people interested. They got a tractor donated to them, so now they have a tractor. And all the stuff that they do here, they plant. They offset the food cost for the jail by about $70,000 with what they bring out of this field that you're getting ready to see. Wow. It's expanded into the male inmates, and the male inmates are doing trees, all native Tennessee trees. You're going to see them here in a second. They grow them up to basically saplings and then put them out in their community. And so I reviewed this not long ago with Chris, and Chris is a great guy, and he had the most powerful presentation I've ever seen in my life. It took him literally 5 seconds, and he had no computer. He had a stack of charts on his desk that were about this high. And it was the number of women that have been through this program that have come back to jail in the last 2 years. And the other stack of charts was this high. And this was the number of women that graduated that program and came back to jail. It was one of the most visually striking things that I've ever seen. And so when we're out there, and if you're watching this and you're watching this online, This is something that a CO in a rural jail started, and I think it's scalable just about anywhere. And the cost of what we're talking about here, now obviously the sheriff, let them use the land. They've gotten into beekeeping, which makes me a little nervous. I'm allergic to bees, but they have 4 beehives now. They plan the garden. They look and see what grows best at this time of year. What can we put out that will ward the bugs off of other stuff? I mean, it's pretty amazing, and they do every single bit of it. So I just wanted to show it to you guys today, if you don't mind. And I'm getting nervous because I've got video. So, some of the women that have gotten out of jail, and these aren't people that are in there for a couple of weeks. These women are there for some of them a number of years, and some of the graduates have come back to jail now to mentor the women who are still there. And I want to give you just a little bit of an idea about what these women are like, because before I started doing this type of work, and lock them all up, throw away the key, they're dregs of society, pretty much is what I thought. And when I started doing this work, there's really very little difference between me and them. I caught a few breaks that they didn't. And so they allowed me to come to their MRT group one night. And it was a Thursday night, and actually been multiple times now. But I go in and I see them out here like this. We're behind the jail. There's no bars. You see them in jeans and in their tops, and they're dressed like we would if we were in the garden. And I don't know what I was expecting in jail. And so I got in, and it wasn't time for them to get out and come to the room that we use there in the jail. And when they did, they came down the hallway all in a single file, and they all had stripes on. And it was rattling to me. It rattled my cage because I wasn't used to seeing them like that, and I kind of forgot. And I'm not telling you guys there's not consequences. That's not my point. My point is I just saw them out of context. I wasn't used to seeing them in stripes, and it really bothered me. And when we got into group, I promise you, I'm the king of groups. I've been in a million of them in my life, and it is really solid work. Chris does great work. So later on, we filmed a documentary, and we went back out there with our cameras, and the women that wanted to participate did. And when they came in the room, they were all wearing sweatshirts and their sweatpants. And when I went over to talk to them, I said, look, we can edit this if you say something you want removed. I just wanted to put them at ease. And before I got up to walk away, I said, hey, guys, I said, thanks for the orange. All right. And they looked at me and they said, we wore these on purpose. We know you hate those stripes. All right. And so, guys, these folks have families. Most of them never had a shot. And I think there's some things that we can do to start to reach them. All right. And one of the things I was driving up here, and I'm sorry, because I've been dealing with the corporate side of medicine this morning. And really, medicine's about making money. And I'm sorry. And this is what medicine should be about. It should be about helping people get from where they are to where they can be. And I've been discouraged about things I've seen in medicine. And I don't want us to lose our focus on what we're trying to do with this blood money. A lot of people died for this money. And I want to see us take full advantage of it. And I'm not telling you that I'm not happy with how things have been. I am happy. And I love this group I get to work with. But I really think there's some things we can do that are innovative, that can really help a population that will grab onto it, because these ladies are wonderful. They continue to learn and educate themselves. Members of the community find out about what they're doing, and that's where all this stuff comes from the pallets to the bees to the tractor. They've got a big boom box out there that somebody bought them now that they can blast music all over the back while they're working. People come in and make sweet tea for them while they're working. I mean, this is a good thing. It's about community and relationship. And I just wanted y'all to get to see it. I'm fortunate enough to get to work in it. So with that said, okay, I'm sorry. I got sidetracked. So if we can, we'll start with the great Sean Smith, if you won't mind introducing our staff, and I'm including who's right next to him as well.
Sure. I'm Sean Smith. I'm Deputy Director with the OAC.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. Matt Yancey with the Tennessee Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse.
All right, and
Yeah.
we'll go on and get that row. Yeah.
Nathan Payne, I'm the new program director for the OAC.
David Lewis, Quality Director.
Mark Creel, Grant Analyst.
David Sappington, Grant Analyst.
Matt Carriot, I'm the Communications Director for the department, and I'll be taking the most flattering photos of you all day long. Ignore me.
Sam Buckley, Legal Counsel to the Opioid Abatement Council.
And I'm Mary Shelton, Executive Director of the Opioid Abatement Council. And then I believe we also have JP Urban on. JP?
Hey everyone, JP Urban with the Tennessee Attorney General's Office, also legal counsel to the Opioid Abatement Council. Good to see everyone. Sorry I'm not there in person.
All right. So Mary, you want to proceed to recognition of OAC members?
Yes.
All right. We have 3 members of our council who are going to be rotating off, and we want to take a second to recognize their work, because as everybody at this table knows, this is an extremely high paying job. With a lot of benefits. And so I admire you all for giving that up. But, in all jest, these are 3 people who have been very valuable to the work that we've done here. And I'll talk about them individually as we hand them, the words of recognition to my name.
So Sean first.
All right. So our first one is Sharm Allen. Anytime I read the Knoxville newspaper, Sharm's name's in there, and I always say a prayer for her. She's always dealing with some awful stuff.
Why don't you come
But
forward?
Sharm was also instrumental in getting some of the first programs in Knox County that utilized the drug Vivitrol behind our bars. So Sharm, we're grateful for your participation with us, and we wish you well going forward. And we know you're not far away from this. So thank you. I see your signs too. The next one's been my friend for a really long time. I can't believe it's been this long. Is she here?
Yeah.
Here she is. All right. I met Karen probably 15 years ago or so at the Metro Drug Coalition in Knoxville. They asked me to come down. She gave me a whopping 10 minutes in front of the group, and it started a lifelong friendship. I think Karen has done more to change the landscape of how addiction is viewed in the state of Tennessee than anybody I know. She'll tell you that's not true. I'll tell you it is true. The work that she's done on policy and dealing with our legislature, both local and statewide, has really been amazing. And I really hate to see this one go. She recently retired. I didn't think Karen was old, but I guess she is. She's went to work for another organization, and she'll be putting some other work here. But my guess is that Karen Pershing will do this work until she dies. Thank you, Karen. And then last but not least, I worked with law enforcement for a really long time. I mean, I guess the person I've known in the room longer than anybody is Tommy. And I have friends of mine that think I've lost my mind with working with law enforcement. And I can tell you that it's been probably the biggest boost to me as a professional in my life. Started working cases, pill mill doctors with Tommy in 2005 or 6, somewhere in there. And then when Tommy was on this council, I didn't know everybody. And so I called him up and I said, hey, we got this sheriff from Cumberland County. Tell me about this cat. And Tommy said, Steve, he said, Casey's one of the good guys in the world. He said, you're going to love him. And Tommy was exactly right. Casey's the sheriff of Cumberland County. I've met Casey and I had a drug deal here in Cumberland County, one county over not long ago. He called me up and needed some stuff for his officers. And so we had a little deal there at the gas station in front of the Baymont Inn. And Casey's been a real benefit to us. He's been a real benefit to have on our council. And Casey, I hate to lose you as well, but I know this work will continue with you anyway. So thank you. Next on our list is review and approval of our minutes. So I'm taking that we do our individual meetings long before this meeting happens. So I take it everybody's had a chance to review the minutes. And if there's any corrections, let's get them out, or I'll entertain a motion from anyone. Got a move to approve by Dr. Moore.
Is that just for March or for both minutes?
Both months. So what's the other month? I can't see. March and
April 28th.
Okay, March and April. I've got a motion to approve both months by Dr. Moore. Do a second.
Second.
Okay, a second by
Armando.
no, sorry, Armando. I'm sorry, Armando. I got a sidetrack. Second by Armando. Is there any discussion? All right. Do we need to do roll call votes, or can we voice them?
Can we do roll call?
Of course. Mary, can you proceed with a roll call vote?
Yes. Armando Fontes.
Yes.
Brian Buck.
Yes.
Casey Cox.
Yes.
Sharm Allen.
Yes.
Clay Jackson.
Yes.
Ken Moore.
Yes.
Lisa Tipton.
Yeah.
Mike Flynn.
Yes.
Shane Sexton.
Yeah. Yes.
Stephanie Vanterpool.
Yes.
Steve Lloyd.
Yes.
Tim Fournette.
Yes.
Tommy Farmer.
Yes.
Wayne Wyckoff.
All right. The motion carries. Thank you. All right, Mary, OAC office staff updates.
Yes, absolutely. So y'all just met Nathan Payne a minute ago, and I am excited to bring him onto the council team. He is coming from the Department of Mental Health, and I've got a little bio for him in just a minute as well, but he's a former Lifeline coordinator, and he's also a licensed professional counselor. So we're very excited to have him join. Also, an update on Sam Buckley. He has just received a promotion. Very excited for him. He was recently promoted to Deputy General Counsel with the Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse Services. As you can see, he's still providing legal counsel to us, but we are working through next steps with the department and a couple of other departments to figure out what our legal counsel is going to look like. So a heads up to the council, I may be coming back with a question as far as staffing. Do we add a full-time staff or a half staff or contract staff? So I will keep y'all posted and I'll keep you in the loop, but there may be a question coming back to the council. And then a Here's a brief bio on Nathan. Again, very happy to have him join. He will be leading the community advocacy panel. He will be a liaison to the Opioid Abatement Council members running these meetings. So very excited to have him added to our office team.
So I want to say something about Nathan if I can real
Yes.
quick, because I can't let him get by without this. Yeah, I know. So Nathan, I came to Nashville in 2016 from Northeast Tennessee, my home, and so one of my jobs that the commissioner gave me was to be an ambassador for recovery across the state, and so I just started running the state as hard as I could, and so I was trying to get my talks home, so I picked our lifeliners to give my talk to the first time, and Nathan was there, and I never finished my talk. He never let me get done. He was arguing with me the whole way through. And so I've got to watch Nathan progress in his own field, and the truth is, looking back to that day, a lot of stuff he brought up was right, and they were very good points. I wasn't willing to admit it that day, but they were, and I've got to watch Nathan's work through this, so I'm really proud of you, Nathan. Good to have you, man. So, and I don't recognize him in a suit, but that's okay. All right. So motions from our previous meetings.
So we have started to add this as a recurring agenda item. So just to refresh our memories, bringing the motions from the past meetings, those will be shared in the OAC quarterly meetings, hopefully to assist with the continuity of business. So here were those motions, and just wanted to point out one that we see here that's in yellow. There was some ideas that were brought in the March meeting to potentially narrow down the applications for the Cycle 2 community grants. So as far as grantees being limited to one awarded grant per organization, there was no motion on that, but it was said to be discussed at the next meeting. Since this cycle is already closed, it may be time to discuss for the next cycle, but we're not ready to discuss cycle 3 yet. But I'm bringing this back just to ask the council, how does the OAC wish to handle multiple applications from the same organization? Is there any further discussion or motion?
So if y'all remember, this was quite a lively discussion, and for the folks out there who are looking at this as well, one of the criticisms we took is, well, you gave money just to big organizations, right? The universities, but if you look at that, the universities were really the point person for the people who are actually going to carry the work out in a lot of those. And so, although the money may go through ETSU, MTSU, Vanderbilt, UT Health Sciences, the organizations that we're partnered with in our community. So they're smaller organizations. And so what we were looking at is if you receive a grant, so your MTSU, I'll just use the one in Murfreesboro, and you receive a grant, are you eligible for next time? These are big entities. And some of the work that they do is providing grant writing services, looking at programs, helping them getting them to the point that they can put forth the grant proposal, and then the money flows through them into the organization. And so I think it was Clay who brought it up, that are we limiting ourselves by doing this? And my knee jerk is yes, we are. And so we wanted to bring that up and hopefully hash that out. We didn't want to change it, obviously, for this grant cycle because we already had it in place, but we definitely wanted it in place before cycle 3. So I'll open the floor for discussion.
So let me ask you a question. So you say that the universities are the point person for the smaller entities. So we're limiting it to less than 1 million. Then we have the larger groups. So how do we know that? I mean, when we're voting on these grants, I understand the concern of we want to make sure the smaller groups do have funds, and we also need to make sure West Tennessee gets some more funds.
Yes.
Those entities. So how do we know that? I mean, you say that, but I'm with you. I think we need to make sure the smaller entities get funds and West Tennessee gets an equitable funding also.
So I guess I'm the only person at this table that has not read a grant application. I haven't read it, and that was part of obviously putting together our process, but I have not read a grant application. I put many in my career. If you read the actual grant, you can, I think that you can figure out who's actually going to administer, the ground level of it, unless I'm mistaken. So, I mean, Tim, I think that would be the best way to do it. Does anybody else because you all have reviewed them. I haven't reviewed them. Huh?
Two things. The only thing, I don't have necessarily a problem with it, and I think it goes back to one that's not necessarily the thing that's on the table here. However, it has come up multiple times in our meeting, and that's the indirect cost piece of it.
Yeah.
Because many of them will place a high indirect cost and have multiple grants, and those indirect costs come in at each one. And that actually provides positions, and that's not what we're trying to spend the majority of our money for, or on positions and indirect costs. We're trying to get the money back out to those groups that you're talking to.
Right. Yes.
So I would be cautious in moving forward and saying yes, unless we go back and revisit that. Did we put a cap on that? Are we looking at those? If we're gonna stick with the federal numbers, 10, 15%, there's gonna be indirect costs that are involved, and you encourage those. However, this board, we've all seen 50, 60% indirect costs, which I personally believe is absurd. That's my personal opinion. Next is, if we had to go back and look, in my opinion, looking at the way we're evaluating the metrics that we evaluate the grant. Because what you can do with the university is that the university has a statewide network, then it enables them to be scored at a higher level than one group may not. They may be disadvantaged because this group is able to check all the boxes and say, we provide services to 6.7 or 7.3 million,
Right.
except where we reach all those regions. Those are my only two comments.
Thanks, Tommy. Dr. Jackson.
Mr. Chairman, I think that from Dr. Burnett and Agent Farmer, we're seeing, I'm hearing some of the same things, and that is, we need to be attentive to this issue, but one parliamentary tool may not be the way to address it. And so we may have two very good qualified grants from one organization. I do agree with you that we should not change the rules in the middle of the cycle. So I would be opposed to this type of measure going into effect during this grant cycle. If we do it in grant cycle 3, you know, it's not the end of the world if we do it. I think it's more important to get to what Tommy's talking about is what's in the meat of the application. To look at what Tim is saying. I mean, let's look at where we spent money and where we need to spend money based on where the deaths are. And I applaud the office for giving us this index per overdose, you know, Monday per overdose death count. I beat the drum on that. I appreciate you guys doing that because that helps me understand where I think we need to put money. I just want to say though, that the first round of grants, maybe y'all attended a different meeting, you're smarter than I am, but it seemed to me, we had these scores, we lined them up, and we went below the line a couple of times for a couple of reasons, but mostly it was, if you had an 83, you get awarded. If you had an 81, you didn't. I'm making up those numbers, but we believe in these evaluation scores. And the more I think about this, to my knowledge, we haven't done any interrelated reliability studies. We haven't done any statistical analysis to say that, you know, Ken's 81 is Armando's 81, et cetera. And I think that we need to consider our scores a categorical tool more than we consider it an evaluative tool. And what I mean by that is it helps us to sort out things qualitatively, but to assume that a 78 is different from a 77 or a 73, probably beyond what we need to do. And I think, and rather than drawing a red line and below that line, we're not going to fund, above that line, we will, we need to view that as a zone and then take into account other considerations. How many are we awarding from each grant division? How many are we awarding that are small versus large? How many are we awarding from the same institutions? How many are we awarding or programs? How many are awarding that, you know, you have multiple institutions or programs with indirect costs that begin to add up, that fund positions in perpetuity, that don't add value directly to the enterprise. So I don't think we have to do this. I would be opposed to doing it now. If we do it next time, I'm okay with it. I think a more important issue is not trusting our numbers too much because we don't have the stats to back it up. Still evaluate the programs that we're doing, but I just think we need to be aware just because we put a number on it doesn't mean it's objective.
No, I appreciate that, Dr. Jackson, and thank you. And once again, Wayne, I will just comment on that a little bit because we're going to go through that process here shortly.
Yes, sir.
And I don't think that your memory is faulty at all. I recall the exact same thing. And we were in Knoxville, right? And we did do that. And and, you know, we're all different. And, you know, when I look at things I've been on in the past, where we use scores like admissions committees to medical schools, you know, a lot of people are on that committee for years, right? I mean, years, and we've got 5, 6, 7 years worth of experience. And we knew, you know, the biochem guy over there, a 2 from him was outstanding. All right. And we don't have that same luxury here. And we don't know what that inter rater reliability is. And so I think what you said is a great idea. It's what I was thinking about in general here. You know, if you're in the ballpark here, I mean, obviously you've got something way down here. I mean, that one's going to be an outlier and out. But we need to look at our state. It's why we wanted to put these things together so we could, you know, what's the data we need to make decisions? And we're getting ready to do it here in a second. So I'm anxious to see how it'll play out. And I do agree today's not the day to do it, but I think this is something that we'll take up and as an interim topic in between now and our next meeting, because we usually have one. And I think this is probably it. And we need to, you know, kind of form it, you know, let this marinate in our mind a little bit about how we want this to work. Because some of these smaller organizations, if they go through there, and Tommy, that I've been following the feds, which is always interesting, but their cap is 15%. And in all honesty, I feel bad about saying this, but just transparency, I didn't realize what indirect costs were until you and Karen taught me. And so, you know, if you're looking at 40, 50%, 60%, you know, indirect cost, that's money that's not going to programming to help the people we're trying to help. And so I would also like to entertain an idea of a cap. That seems pretty straightforward to me. And, you know, something that we need to think about. I'm sorry, Mr. Wyckoff.
Mr. Chairman, I agree with a lot of what Clay's saying. The number is a wonderfully simple thing, but it factors out other things. For example, in the first cycle that we did, I saw this absolutely great application from a sheriff's department, right? And they had this line in here that I thought, bingo, you should win on that one. And it was, we are at all the events, okay? Which is so like what you're saying is we need to think of it also as there's great value in the communication part of it in getting people identified and dealing with this at the point of sale, so to speak.
Yeah.
So I agree with that. And I do have some issues with the scoring system. I don't have answers yet, but I do have issues with it. So,
well, the scoring system makes it easy, right? I mean, and also allows you, you know, to kind of be lazy, right? We got it here and we'll just fund down to here. And if you didn't get this number, and even though the difference between this number and the one that didn't get funded is half a point, right? And so it makes it easy rather than looking at it and saying, does this fit what we're trying to do? Is it in the right area, or is it the organization that we're trying to get to? Does it meet the need that we're trying to fund? And I think those are legitimate questions, and we can hash those out in here. Make our meeting a little longer. But I think the juice is worth the squeeze there.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I think the scoring system also factors out innovation. It's not enough, you know, in whatever other category we have. Okay. So.
And I think that as well, you know, sometimes it's just safe to do things that you've done or with an organization that you've always done it with. And I'm not telling you we won't make mistakes. I guarantee we already have. And I mean, it's going to happen, but I do think that innovation gets punished a little bit. Oh, we don't have any history with this. We don't know what this is. And like I said, I don't look at any of these. I have yet to look at them. People have been calling me saying, hey, what are the results of these things? And I can smile and say, I have no clue, because I haven't touched any of them. I haven't read a single one. Matter of fact, I mean, outside of just, you know, some secondhand knowledge that somebody told me they put a grant in, I don't even know who's applied. And so I think that we need to be cognizant of that today when we're going through this app, because what do we got? What are we going to allocate today?
25 million.
So we're going to put $25 million in our community before the end of this day. And I think these discussions are worth having. One of the things I always loved about the med school process was that you got this list of scores up here, but there were people in the room that had expertise or felt strongly about something that they could make it, that they would pull it out and make a case for it. Right. And I think, you know, there's always the conflict of interest thing there. I'm assuming that doesn't happen, but I always thought that was a good thing. And I think it's a good thing here as well. Anyone else?
So when reading over the applications and things that I try to look for in, as I go through and reading the synopsis is the plan, the system of financial accountability, how they're keeping up with the funds, who they're assigning the funds to and for what purposes, the types of resources that they're providing, and, you know, and how many people it's going to affect. So I'd like to see that. The indirect cost. The one thing that I've noticed in some of the applicants is some of these applicants they're applying, but then they're hashing out salaries to individuals for $85,000 to $105,000 a year, when the average salary across the state of Tennessee is around 45 to 50,000 a year for hardworking Tennessean. And then, of course, I would kind of look at what is their end goal, and also do they have a financial plan for future funding whenever the money goes away? So, I take all those things into accountability, and that's how I kind of develop my scores based on that, reading the synopsis and looking at that. And, because there are programs out there that really effectively work. And I want to just take a moment to capitalize off of what you said earlier about the jails. The greatest investment that a community can make is in its jail. That was one of my struggles as sheriff, was getting the county to invest, because that's where it's a centralized hub where all of your addiction and all of your people that commit criminal offenses as a result of drug and alcohol addiction go to. And so what better place to provide all the services? And I did the gardening, did it for 2 years and in fact, that gave me the opportunity to go out there myself with inmates, talk to them on a personal basis, and realize that these individuals' self-esteem is in the dump. They've already victimized their own families and have lost everything as a result of their own behavior and their addiction. And so when you start having these one-on-one conversations, you begin talking to them to rebuild their own self-esteem. And then during that process, you're teaching them a trade. I tried to get into more, to do some more things, but I couldn't get the financial support from the county commission because that was my only source of income.
Yeah.
And so looking at these aspects, there's the Bedford County, if we could get one, we've already started that, give them guidance and direction, but, don't just leave it at farming, but get into animal husbandry, get into using them as taking care of, they're turning into a section of a local shelter for your animal shelter that's going to benefit the whole community, where they can learn to train dogs, teach dogs, groom dogs. Because in order to change a life, you've got to change the overall person, and you've got to give them, you got to also develop, you got to get the addiction away, but you also got to develop a work development. They got to learn the value of work. And plus, if you keep them working all day like we do, they'll sleep at night like we do. And so, and then from then, if you also implement, drug and alcohol counseling and mental health counseling all in one, then you're going to change this community. The key is no one's, as a sheriff, their largest obstacle is budgetary issues. I got to have the manpower to supervise these people, because if you don't supervise them correctly and you don't have the resources to supervise them, you can't run these programs. You can't do these things, because everyone wants to sue them over every little thing that they do. And, and I just, for example, I did gardening for 2 years. We didn't have the property to do it. But a farmer loaned me 3 acres and let me do it on his farm. But as soon as someone found out about it, they went to it, threw weed killer all over our garden, killed everything. So you have to have a secure location to do your things. So that's, those are obstacles you deal with, but it's doable. And so that's what I look at. And I just wanted to put that out there, because you're on the right path. The key is how do we support the sheriffs to get the jobs done, because their county commissions will not support the sheriffs.
When I look at this money, this is an opportunity to support those things. It did come out of here, and I couldn't agree with you more. One of the things that I'm always impressed with are the looks on the girls' faces or women's faces when the sheriff comes out. They love that. Right. It's reaffirming to them and the work that they're doing. So, and the approach that you've outlaid there, I think probably most people at this table take the same approach within those 8 categories. But I think that, as we look at it today, I'll be interested to see how this goes. Because we've got some things that we need to concern. Obviously, all of us are concerned about West Tennessee and what we can do there. And then, how do we start to pick the things that maybe are within this scoring range rather than the flat score itself? So
Lisa has her.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Ms. Tipton, the floor is yours.
Okay, hello, thank you. I just wanted to agree with what Agent Farmer said and what's been brought up on several other occasions, that this has been brought up. It's been noted about the overhead rate, about the amounts going to universities, about the interscore reliability, and just want to kind of go on record that these issues have been brought up over and over again, and I hope that we can get a resolution. It's great to talk about innovations. It's fabulous to talk about the kind of grassroots programming that is going on in different parts of the nation in very innovative ways, business partnerships, community partnerships, but then to go back and really look at, does our process reward the kind of innovation you're talking about, the kind of grassroots you're talking about? I think that it needs to be noted that it would be good for us to have that kind of process.
And thanks, Lisa. That's a great point. Anyone else? I'm sorry, Dr. Jackson.
Mr. Chairman, in terms of procedure here, our last item regarding this 2 applications from the same agency, we indicated we would discuss. There was a motion that was discussed, but it didn't move forward. So I would say it would be good to address this with the motion today, and then we could encapsulate what Agent Farmer and Ms. Tipton has said regarding the 15% issue and the two applications for agency issue for cycle 3 that we would consider at that time. I don't think we're ready. My view is I'm not ready to make a decision on those issues for next time, but that we would do that in an interim meeting. But I do think we need to address that during this cycle, we will entertain awards, multiple awards to the same agency, since those were the rules that we set out at the beginning. I don't think it would be appropriate to change. So with your permission, I'd like to move that we continue to consider multiple applications from the same agency for round 2 of funding, but that at a future meeting before round 3 is announced, that we consider limiting awards to a single grant per agency, and also consider a cap of 15% on indirect costs for any application.
Okay, I'm gonna have to need help. Hold on, let me more. Okay, right here, Clay, but at a future meeting.
We will consider
The next 2 points, right, Clay?
Have I captured this?
let's go ahead and put in a cap on indirect funds of 15%.
Okay, great.
Does that capture the intent, Clay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, we have a.
Captured mine, but we'll see if it captures it.
All right, that shall be determined. All right, a motion on the floor for Dr. Jackson. A second from Agent Farmer. Any discussion?
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Mary.
Yes.
Funding, not finding.
Oh, thank you.
And then for round 3, excuse me, for
Oh.
round 2,
That's,
just to be clear, for round 3. At funding, no.
Oh.
At funding for round 2, that's what we're doing today.
oh, yes, cycle 2
Yes,
for cycle 3.
yes.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right, so with those changes, Tommy, is your second still good?
It is.
All right, any discussion? All right, hearing none, Mary, would you proceed with a roll call vote? I'm sorry, did I have somebody online that had discussion?
Yes, Dr. Vanderpool.
I'm sorry,
hear me?
Dr. Vanderpool. Yes, ma'am. The floor is yours.
All right, wonderful. I recommend that we split the motion, please. The first motion, if Dr. Jackson is amenable to splitting it, is to vote on continuing to consider application from it's a little redundant, consider multiple applications from the same institution for funding for cycle 2. And I'd like us to vote on that separately. And then I'd like us to vote on the second motion separately, if that's all right with Dr. Jackson.
I
You've
accept
got-
from my colleague from the British Virgin Islands.
All right, so he has accepted the friendly amendment, Agent Farmer. All right, and Tommy accepts it as well. So we will consider these independently, and we will take the first one first. So the motion and the second is to move to consider applications for multiple applications for same institution for cycle 2.
Can we clarify that wording? I think it's just
She
a
is.
grammatical
She is.
challenge.
Yeah, it
Move to
sounded funny
consider
reading it.
multiple applications from the same, just take out the first application. Yeah, multiple applications from the same institution for funding. Yeah,
All right. Thanks, Dr. Vanderpool.
thank you.
All right, any discussion on the first motion? All right, hearing none, Mary, would you proceed with a roll call vote?
Armando Fontes,
Yes.
Brian Buck,
Yes.
Casey Cox,
Yeah.
Sharm Allen,
Yes.
Clay Jackson,
Yes.
Ken Moore,
Yeah.
Lisa Tipton,
Yes.
Mike Flynn,
Yeah.
Shane Sexton,
Yes.
Stephanie Vanderpool,
Yes,
Steve Lloyd,
Yes.
Tim Fournette,
Yes.
Tommy Farmer,
Yes.
Wayne Wykoff.
All right, so the motion carries. Now we'll pick up the second one. We already have a motion and a second by Dr. Jackson and Agent Farmer. At a future meeting, we will consider for cycle 3, limiting awards from a single agency and a cap on indirect funds at 15%. Any discussion on this?
I have a point of clarification. Are we asking a question to Dr. Jackson? Are we saying that we'll only award from one award to a single agency, but they can submit multiple applications? Or are we saying they can only submit one application?
I would say they can submit 100 applications, but we'll award one.
Okay, I
That's
think we should put that in the
Yes.
motion then.
This is for, we're gonna discuss this later, Stephanie.
Mm-hmm.
My desire with this motion is that we just make it to the minutes with the motion so that our exec director will be sure to take this up before round 3. We don't forget it.
Yep.
Got you. All right, fair enough.
Right, Dr. Vanderpool, I can tell you how I interpreted it. I think it's how Clay intended it. It's just as a marker for us to address it, and then we can make those decisions when we're looking at it more in depth at our interim meeting. Is that right?
This is a marker motion, yes.
All right. You okay with that, Dr. Vanderpool?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Any further discussion? All right,
Could we split those, when they come up at a later meeting? In other words, it's sort of like we did just a moment ago, separate those into 2 questions.
you can do that. 2 votes. So split the second one off. So we're gonna have 2 motions on this one. So the first one will be limiting awards, the second one will be adding a cap. So as long as,
I accept the friendly amendment. Wyckoff.
all right, so it's been accepted by Dr. Jackson and Agent Farmer. So we'll take the first one first at a future meeting. We'll consider for cycle 3, limiting awards from a single agency. Mary, would you proceed with a roll call vote?
Armando Fontes,
Yeah.
Brian Buck,
Yes.
Casey Cox,
Yes.
Sharm Allen,
Yes.
Clay Jackson,
Yes.
Ken Moore,
Yeah.
Lisa Tipton,
Yes.
Mike Flynn,
Yeah.
Shane Sexton,
Yes.
Stephanie Vanderpool,
Yes.
Steve Lloyd,
Yes.
Tim Fournette,
Yes.
Tommy Farmer,
Yeah.
Wayne Wykoff.
All right, motion carries. Thank you. The second one, at a future meeting, we will consider for cycle 3, cap on the indirect funds at 15%. Any discussion on this one? All right, hearing none, Mary, would you proceed with the roll call vote?
If I could.
Yes, Dr. Moore.
Give us a little research that verifies the basis of the 15%.
Yes, absolutely. I'll put Sean and Melissa on that.
Sorry, John.
Sure. Any other discussion? All right, Mary, would you proceed with the roll call vote?
Yes, Armando Fontes,
Yes.
Brian Buck,
Yes.
Casey Cox,
Yeah.
Sharm Allen,
Yes.
Clay Jackson,
Yes.
Ken Moore,
Yes.
Lisa Tipton,
Yes.
Mike Flynn,
Yes.
Shane Sexton,
Yes.
Stephanie Vanderpool,
Yes.
Steve Lloyd,
Yes.
Tim Fournette,
Yes.
Tommy Farmer,
Yes.
Wayne Wykoff.
Yes.
All right, the motion carries. Thank you all. Next up, Nathan Payne, the Community Advocacy Panel.
In addition to being here to argue with Dr. Lewis, we have received quite a few applications from across the state. We are opening it up just real briefly for a 2-week period there to just Shelby County in this area to give them a chance to make sure they're adequately represented. We had quite a few from almost every other area. So we will give Shelby County another chance to submit a few applications. That's all I've got on that. Like I said, it'll be open 2 weeks. If anybody has any questions about the applicants or anything, I'm happy to answer that.
So we'll send out a newsletter on Wednesday or Thursday with this information, and we will update the website so that the application link will be on there for folks to submit their application.
Dr. Fournette?
What was the issue with Shelby County? I mean, I'd like to know.
We had, 2 applicants from there. So we had a total of 61 applicants for the whole state. And we had about 27 counties represented in those applicants. And in other regions, you know, we had at least, I think the lowest representation from a region was around like 6 members, which was a pretty sufficient pool. And we do want 2 representatives from each region, and representatives that we have that applied from Shelby County. I just couldn't get a good response. I couldn't get references to check it out.
So, Dr. Fournette, we have multiple meetings in between meetings. I don't have an individual one like everybody does with Mary, but we meet multiple times and we actually get together in person, at least once. And we had a meeting on this one the other day with Nathan. He did a great job with them. They were vetted. We had checked references, and we just didn't have the applicants. I know a lot of people in the area, so you know, put the word out a little bit, but we really need adequate representation. I mean, it's the second biggest area, you know, metro area in our state. And there's a lot of reasons for that. And, you know, we, you know, hash those out at some other time, but I think that we decided because we didn't want to address the panel today without that. It's a glaring hole. I think we all are aware of that. And I think we got to be intentional about addressing it. Anybody else? All right. Thanks, Nathan. All right. Fiscal updates and requests. Mary and Melissa.
All right, at each meeting, the OAC office will share the current monthly opioid abatement trust fund statement, and this information is current to the date that the statement was created. And sorry, this one thing that's happening with this projector, things are not coming through very clear. Oops, I was going to try to make that one bigger. But there is $184,424,371 for net cash available. Okay. All right, also, I'm going to start making this a recurring update as well for the OAC office discretionary fund update, just to let y'all know what we are spending the money on to be transparent. And so there's the update on the discretionary fund. Any questions on the activity or the discretionary fund? Okay, so community grants cycle 3. We have submitted a list of improvements for Smart Simple, the portal to STS, the Strategic Technology Solutions. They've reviewed that list of improvements, and they have come back with an estimated cost for planning, preparation, and implementing the new requirements. And that is $15,790.50. This is in the ballpark of last year. It was around $10,000. So I don't have any questions or concerns on this. So I am bringing it to the council. If y'all will consider a motion to approve the estimated cost for the updated revisions for Smart Simple.
So moved, Vanderpool.
All right, so we have a motion on the floor to accept numbers as presented by Dr. Vanderpool. Do I have a second? Second. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, Mike Flynn. Any discussion? All right, hearing none. Mary, would you proceed with a roll call vote?
Armando Fontes.
Yes.
Ron Buck.
Yes.
Hold on one second. I'm going to mute somebody.
Can we out him?
I don't know how to do
Okay.
that.
I was going to go with public shame.
Let's see. They may have muted themselves. Okay. I think we're good. Okay. Ron Buck.
Yes.
Casey Cox.
Yes.
Sharm Allen.
Yes.
Clay Jackson.
Yes.
Ken Moore.
Yes.
Lisa Tipton.
Yes.
Mike Flynn.
Yes.
Shane Sexton.
Yes.
Stephanie Vanderpool.
Yes.
Steve Lloyd.
Yes.
Tim Fournette.
Yes.
Tommy Farmer,
Yes.
Wayne Wykoff.
Yes.
All right, so the motion carries. Before we move into the county annual payment updates, our Attorney General announced this past week that Tennessee was a signatory on the revised settlement from the Sacklers, Purdue Pharma, which I'm excited about. It was another $90 million. And if they follow suit, that money should come to us. They've been pretty consistent with that. And AG Scrimeti has made that clear that, you know, that's the way that we'll proceed. I'm excited about that. I'm not excited that none of them went to jail. Other than that, I think it's a good thing for Tennessee. So we will allocate that when it becomes available. All right, county annual payment updates. Ella.
I'm gonna
Yeah, I
do this one
figured
as
that.
well.
Yeah.
All right, so, but kudos to Ella. We have gotten our 225 annual payments out to the counties. So here we have in 2023, 31.4 million, 2024, 31 million, and just this past few months, $24.4 million have gone out to the counties. So excited to have that dispersed. And at the next meeting, Smart Initiative is going to give us an update on how the counties are doing with spending their money. Okay.
Anybody have any questions about that? I think, you know, the rubber will meet the road here on how the counties allocate it, but I haven't seen any bad articles in the newspaper. So I guess that's always a positive first, and I'll look forward to hearing from the smart folks at our next meeting.
Absolutely. Okay, next up are policy updates. So as a reminder, this is our policy development and approval process. We're drafting the policies, bring them to legal for review, revise the policies as needed, bring those to the Opioid Abatement Council to receive edits, revise, and then bring a final draft to the OAC for approval. I don't believe I received any edits from the OAC members, so the policies that I sent out to you guys, that's how they're still the same format that they're in. We have a community advocacy panel policy, conflict of interest policy, and the OAC organizational policy. We do not have paper copies here. I do have one paper copy, but I am able to show these right here. I don't know if there's, if when y'all read over these, if you had any edits, what would be easy for us right here. I am open to options. We can take these one by one and I can share my screen.
So we'll need a motion and a vote to approve each of these.
Yes, that's right.
We approve the community advocacy panel organizational policy.
And here's the panel policy.
All right, we've got a motion by Dr. Moore to approve the community advocacy panel organizational policy. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second from Brian Buck. Any discussion?
believe that's discussion.
I think it is too. And it made a lot of sense.
To find it.
You go.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Here we go.
Yes.
Here's the advocacy panel policy. So this was, there's a purpose, the policy, definition, participation, panel membership, initial panel selection, panel organization, panel expectations, vacancy, membership list updates, OAC council meetings, panel meetings, agenda, minutes, voting, bylaws, OAC program director responsibilities, and the authority. And so this has been reviewed by JP and Sam and our office staff.
And I put that together pretty quick too. So this is.
Oh, thank you.
All right, so we got a motion on the floor and the second.
Oh, who was the second?
It was Brian Buck.
Oh,
That's
sorry.
right. He's
Thank
not
you.
here. All right. I knew it came out of this scary looking thing. All right. Hearing no discussion, Mary, would you proceed with a roll call vote?
Armando Fontes?
Yes.
Brian Buck?
Yes.
Casey Cox?
Yes.
Sharm Allen? Clay Jackson?
Yes.
Ken Moore?
Yes.
Lisa Tipton?
Yes.
Mike Flynn, Shane Clifton,
Yes.
Stephanie Vanterpool. Stephanie Vanterpool,
Yes.
Steve Lloyd,
Yes.
Tim Fournette,
Yes.
Tommy Farmer,
Yeah.
Wayne Wykoff.
Yes.
All right, so the motion carries.
All right, next one would be the organizational policy. The purpose, the policy, the definitions, the procedures of the responsibilities and authority, collaboration, council membership, terms, vacancies, removals. I'm not able to find out who that is.
I don't think it's Shane. He's sitting out there in a greenhouse.
Yeah. Nobody has their grandkids with them. If you have your kids with you, if you could please put it on mute. Thank you. All right, going back to the policy. Regular meetings, quorum, executive session, notices, agenda, voting, public comment, duties of the council chair and vice chair, and the authority.
Does anybody have any edits? We'll entertain a motion when somebody feels moved.
So moved.
All right, a motion by Dr. Moore. We have a second. Second by Mr. Wykoff. Any discussion? All right, Mary, hearing none, would you proceed with a roll call vote?
Armando Fontes,
Yes.
Brian Buck,
Yes.
Casey Cox,
Yes.
Sharm Allen,
Yeah.
Clay Jackson,
Yes.
Ken Moore,
Yeah.
Lisa Tipton,
Yes.
Mike Flynn,
Yeah.
Shane Sexton,
Yes.
Stephanie Vanterpool,
Yes.
Steve Lloyd,
Yes.
Tim Fournette,
Yes.
Tommy Farmer,
Yes.
Wayne Wykoff.
Yes.
All right, so motion carries.
And then the last policy is the conflict of interest policy. This is familiar to the OAC members. This is basically built off of the conflict of interest, but we've turned it into a policy. So the attestation statement is at the end. So this has the purpose, the policy, the definitions, the responsibility, conflict of interest attestation, potential conflicts of interest, and the authority. And then the statement attestation at the end. So it's turning the conflict of interest statement into a policy. Gives us a little bit more guidance.
Anybody have any edits?
Move approval.
All right, we're going to move to approval by Dr. Moore. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Sheriff Cox. Any discussion? All right, hearing none. Mary, would you proceed with a roll call vote?
Armando Fontes,
Yes.
Brian Buck,
Yes.
Casey Cox,
Yes.
Sharm Allen,
Yes.
Clay Jackson,
Yes.
Ken Moore,
Yeah.
Lisa Tipton,
Yes.
Mike Flynn,
Yes.
Shane Sexton,
Yes.
Stephanie Vanterpool,
Yes.
Steve Lloyd,
Yes.
Tim Fournette,
Yes.
Tommy Farmer,
Yes.
Wayne Wykoff.
Yeah.
All right, so the motion carries. I know you all, go through this and vote, but every time we pass one of these, Mary, Sean, and I breathe a little easier. There's nothing quite like a Tennessee comptroller's audit, and so we breathe a little easier each time we take care of one of these things. So thank you all.
Yeah, and as soon as this meeting's over, Sam has the policies, and then Steve is going to sign them. I'll sign them, and then Debbie will scan them and get them up on the website by the end of the week. So thank y'all very much. We're very appreciative of this.
All right, Sean, Community Grant Cycle 1.
Yes.
So first of all, I just wanted to, kudos to our grants handlers, Mark Carrillo, David Sappington. We've actually, as of June 16th, we've fully executed all of the, community or cycle 1 grants. That was 113 grants. And as you know, there were 2 that were outstanding with MTSU. So we worked directly with MTSU and was able to get those contracts fully executed a couple weeks ago. So just very, that's good news. So what that means now is that allows us to shift our focus to managing those fully executed contracts and also to put more focus on the fiscal and program monitoring, which I'll also talk about a little later. So as of June 20th, we've processed and paid a total of 792 invoices. And that's since July of 2024, with a total amount paid at a little over $25 million. One of the things that we do is on a daily basis, we're looking at the invoicing activities from the grantees to make sure that when we do see denied invoices, that we're able to identify those in real time and work internally to problem solve those without there being any impact on the grantees. And so that's something that, that we really have come to focus on. And to, again, if a grantee has to reach out to us and let us know that, they haven't been paid, usually that takes some time, for that to happen. So we want to avoid any grantee abrasion. So we're trying to be proactive in trying to identify these invoices as in real time to minimize any impact on the grantees moving forward. Okay, speaking of the program monitoring updates. So I'm happy to report that we have completed all of our phase 1 or round 1 program monitoring for our cycle 1 grantees. There are a total of 6 program site visits that we completed. 5 of those were for the grantees with a 1-year contract. And then we also conducted a site visit for 1 grantee with a 3-year contract. The site visits for those for the grantees that were outside of the 1-year contracts were really driven by the fiscal risk assessments that we have. So those grantees with a high fiscal risk assessment, we did make the decision to go ahead and do a site visit for those grantees along with those 1-year contract fees. And so again, there were a total of 6 that we conducted for the program site visits. Of all of our site visits, we had a total of 1 concern and 2 findings. We have our kickoff scheduled for July, at the end of July, where we're going to be focused on looking at the fiscal year 26 program monitoring for the fiscal and program monitoring. And so what we want to do is we're bringing our fiscal and program team together to look at what we want to specifically monitor for those fiscal and program monitoring site visits. And we're probably going to change this up a little bit. There were several lessons learned from this first round. So as a result of that, we're going to revise our monitoring tool and based on some of those lessons learned moving forward. And again, the fiscal and program monitoring site visits for fiscal year 26 is going to focus on those cycle 1, 2-year contracts and some 3-year contracts. Okay, so fiscal monitoring updates. This has been updated, but here it shows where we had 13 site visits, but we've actually completed a total of 15 site visits for the fiscal monitoring. And of that, that $60,000 that we identified through the fiscal monitoring site visits, that's actually updated to $72,000. And again, that's the amount of funds that we identified as being unallowed just through the fiscal monitoring site visits. And so that's just another evidence of just how, essential and important these fiscal monitoring site visits have been. Any questions on this slide? Okay.
Just a comment so far, I realize you haven't done all your site visits, but NAC math says that's 0.2% of allocated funds were unallowed. That's a pretty good rate.
Yeah.
90, assuming that carried. I mean, I know if you make more site visits, you'll find more, but it's a pretty low number, and we're not assuming corruption, we're just assuming mistakes. That's pretty good.
Question on the one on that's got the 4 recommendations, 1 discrepancy, and 7 findings. Any referrals on that to comptroller or anybody?
Actually, yes, we did. Not to the comptroller, but to the Attorney General's office.
And I get to work with Sean and Mary really closely on these, and we have at least one breakfast in between our meetings, and this is the kind of things we talk about. I'm really comfortable. I love Sean, by the way. He's very thorough, and one of the ones you're looking at there was really hard to address. And Sean is firm and does what he needs to do, but it's also not, going in guns a-blazing.
Very good.
And it really is. And so I appreciate that. I only just publicly thank you, Sean, for your work, because every time we meet and I see how this is handled, I feel better and better about it, because we are looking, and it's our responsibility to look as well. So thanks, Sean.
You're welcome. Thank you. So this slide here just highlights some of the feedback that we've received from some of our grantees as part of a fiscal monitoring survey. So we have a post-monitoring survey that we send out to all grantees. It's a 9-item survey that we share. And we just basically ask grantees to give us feedback in terms of their fiscal and program monitoring site visit experience. And so this is just some of the feedback that we've received. This is something that we will also take into consideration as we are trying to map out our fiscal and program monitoring plan for FY26. This information has been very helpful to us. It helps us to get better. And it's also just speaks to how much we value the partnership with our grantees. This is a partnership. And so when we go out and perform these site visits, and we're asking those questions about how we can do better, what's working, what's not working. This is just not about us going out, and we definitely don't want to have that kind of I gotcha mentality. This is a learning opportunity for both the grantees and for our OAC office. So this feedback has been very helpful to us. Next slide. Okay, so again, now that we have wrapped up this first round of fiscal and program monitoring site visits, and as we kind of move and make plans to move forward with focusing on those 2-year contracts and some of the 3-year contracts, what we have learned from this first round is that, there were times when we did identify some performance issues. And as we move forward, that's likely to continue. And so it's important that we have some type of process in place, a fair process, but also a process that's transparent, that we can put in place to be able to, hold the grantees accountable, but also to demonstrate that accountability for the OAC office. And so in the April 25th meeting, the OAC the council approved a motion that would allow the executive director to amend and negotiate contracts in consultation with the legal team. And that was without further approval from the council. What we're seeking here today is if that motion, in terms of the scope of authority for the executive director, if that also included terminating contracts in accordance with our community grant contracts. The next 2 slides here kind of highlights what the contract language currently says in the community grant contracts. And so this one is in actually D.4, termination for cause. And so, the OAC office can terminate for cause. And then the next section is D.3, where we can terminate without cause for any reason. And that's, the state shall give a grantee at least 30 days notice, written notice, before effective termination date. And so what we'd like the OAC to consider a motion to direct the executive director to develop a grant contract corrective action and termination process for grantees that would be in accordance with the grant contract, and then bring this back to the OAC for approval.
Well, thank you, Sean.
So moved, Vanderpool.
Second. All right, so I have a motion to approve by Dr. Vanderpool and a second by Dr. Fournette. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Dr. Jackson.
are there any current grant contracts are in such a degree of violation that termination would be warranted before this process is completed, we voted? Because if there's a question of authority and you guys need to terminate a contract, I don't want you to have to wait another 6 weeks.
Yes, I mean, according the way the contract is written now, I mean, I would say yes, but I'm going to defer to Sam on that.
I think if you have a specific contract that you're concerned about, and you're wanting to terminate it, you know, the office is asking for direction on how they can do that from the council. So if there's one in particular, that's a legal matter. I do think we could break into executive session, just for a lot of different reasons.
Yes.
Especially since we're dealing with a legal contract matter at this point. So, Sean, if there is one that you're concerned about, that would be my recommendation, how to handle it. Until we have developed a process.
And one of the, another reason for wanting to have a process, a detailed process in place is because, again, for the purposes of transparency, but, you know, having this something that we can publish in our grant manual, which we're working to get implemented by 1/1. It also, in my opinion, you know, it lets the grantees know upfront. If we ever come on site and we find, you know, certain issues, performance issues, you know what to expect in terms of what that corrective action process is going to look like that could lead up to termination. So there's no surprises. Everybody is on the same page and it's all in writing. And I think that also helps to mitigate risks on our part, any pushback from grantees, because that's all been clarified up front.
I'm fine with this motion and I'll vote for it. I just want to make sure that you're not having to wait on this and keep cutting checks if you know you should cut checks.
What I would say is if it comes to that point, that we can, Mary and Dr. Lloyd, you all could ask for an executive session at any point. We could meet to consult on whether or not to terminate.
And I think that's what we would do.
Yes,
All right.
yes.
I appreciate that, Dr. Jackson. Anyone else? I'm sorry. Wait.
Oh,
I
sorry.
didn't mean to cut you off.
No.
Are we to that point right now in any grantee?
Yes.
Then executive session needs to be called?
Wait,
Vote on this first.
Yeah, I was gonna vote on this and we'll decide how to handle that one. So any further discussion on the motion on the floor that was moved by Dr. Vanderpool and seconded, I've already forgotten who was it? Oh, yeah, Tim, sorry, Dr. Fournette. Any further discussion? All right, hearing none, Mary, would you proceed with a roll call vote?
Armando Fontes,
Yes.
Brian Beck,
Yes.
Casey Cox,
Yes.
Sharm Allen,
Yes.
Clay Jackson,
Yes.
Ken Moore,
Yes.
Lisa Tipton,
Yes,
Mike Flynn,
Yes.
Shane Sexton,
Yes.
Stephanie Vanderpool,
Yes.
Steve Lloyd,
Yes.
Tim Fournette,
Yes.
Tommy Farmer,
Yes.
Wayne Wykoff.
Yes.
All right, motion carries. Now,
So
getting back to the one at hand, is that something we need to handle right now, or can we?
No, I think that's been resolved. I don't think that
it's resolving.
it's resolving, but not, so I don't think that's something we need to consider for termination at this point.
Yes, I agree. And if something changes, then I will get back to you.
As opposed to having to clear the room and take care of it right now.
Right.
So I agree with that, because I know this one as well. And I agree with the assessment where it is right now. If y'all are good with that. Okay. All right, thank you, Sean. We are a little bit ahead of schedule. I'm very curious as to how this next part is going to go, getting Dr. Jackson's comments earlier. So let's take about 10 minutes. So at about 25 till 1, I've asked the mayor to speak, come in here at some point. Hopefully we can get him over and thank you for letting us use the joint. So let's take about 10 minutes.
All right, we're going to go on mute and turn off the camera.
Starting back.
All
right, I call this meeting of the Tennessee Opioid Abatement Council back to order. A couple of things before we get into the next item, which is our community grant cycle 2. I've asked the mayor of the county we're in, which is Overton County, Steve Barlow, to step in here. So if he interrupts us, then we'll stop what we're doing, because I want to make sure that we get to introduce him and say hi and thank him. I've done some work in Overton County, and the mayor here has been very kind in some of the work that we've done here. So that's one thing. And then let's see, anything else? No, I think Dr. Moore asked for documentation of the feds and the 15% cap. And one of our friends online heard that and sent me the reference. So thank you, Dr. McMaster. He sent that to me, and I've already forwarded it to Mary. She will get it out to us, because I can't send it out to everybody. And is that it? I think so. So with that said, Community Grants Cycle 2 review and awarding of grants. Mary.
All right, let me get this to advance. Okay, so Cycle 2 community grants. So it's exciting. I'm very happy to announce we received 294 Cycle 2 applications, requesting a total of $416,994,997. So you see it stratified out here. The most applications we received were from in the strategy of recovery support. And you can see how many applications were received, the percentage overall, and then the total funding requested. So a big thanks to all of the proposers for taking the time to write their application and submit it. We really appreciate the interest. So overall, again, there were 294 applications. 220 of those applications passed qualifications and eligibility review. And I'll talk about that a little bit more when I bring up the spreadsheet. The passing score, we used the same score as last year, which is 66.67. All right, the revised Cycle 2 budget, we discussed this a few months ago. So based on additional payments and the Attorney General's office predictions, the trust fund had gained an additional $31 million. So we increased it from 20 million to 25 million. So that is what we are going to award today for Cycle 2. And then just as a reminder, this was the percentage that the OAC voted to approve for Cycle 1, and then there was discussion to bring it into Cycle 2. So you've got the strategies, the percentage, then what that adds up to be for year 1 based on $25 million total. So it gives you an idea. When I bring up the spreadsheet, you're looking at this, and also you have a companion document in front of you, and this is on the front page. It's just I've taken a picture of this so that you can see strategy, percentage, and year 1. So for education and training, 2.5 million, harm reduction, 2.5 million, primary prevention, 3.75, recovery, 5 million, research, 1.25, and treatment, 10 million. So those are the targets that we're looking for the dispersing the 25 million for year 1. Any questions on this? Okay, so we've had talk already about this in our meeting today, but some learnings from Cycle 1 monitoring. And I know in a perfect world, there would be awarding the grants, the grantees are doing operation, we go out and do monitoring, and then we bring you guys those learnings, and then we rinse, repeat. But basically what we're doing is we're running parallel processes, right? We have grants that are in operations right now, and we're doing monitoring, but at the same time, trying to award the next round of grants. So we're not able to get to you guys all of the learnings that we have before it's time to look at and make decisions for the next round of grants. So there have been some operational and fiscal issues with agencies who are awarded more than their annual operating budget. And there's also been operational and fiscal issues with agencies who have been in operation for less than 5 years. And I'm going to point this out to you guys on the spreadsheet. And that's what we went over in the one-to-one meetings, but just kind of level setting right here. that we want to share with you guys the lessons we have learned. We don't know everything, and we don't know exactly if there's no ratio, there's no secret sauce like, oh, this one may not succeed, this one will succeed. But what we do know is what we've had to provide as far as technical support. So given that, the OAC office has put together some optional packages. So a package is a grouping of applications whose total funding equals the target funding of the strategy. So that I went over just a minute ago, and it's the front of your packet. So we've created these package options to start the OAC members' discussion on which applications to approve. So the absolutely, OAC members may create their own packages for each strategies, but this gives you some ideas. And I'll be able, just be patient with me, I'll be able to manipulate the Excel spreadsheet so that we can create those packages. I can copy and paste and then add up what the total will be. And just as a reminder, the council set a maximum of 8% of the total community grant funding towards capital projects. So that's at $2 million. So we'll need to be doing some math as we're going through this as well when we're looking at capital funding. So just trying to set some foundation here as we're going into looking at the applications. Any questions so far? All right, so I am going to pull up the spreadsheets. Give me just a second.
While Mary's doing that, Commissioner Williams has joined us via technology here. So welcome, Commissioner. If you would like to address this, you certainly can. You don't feel any pressure, but I just wanted to acknowledge that you're in the background. So thank you.
Hey there, Dr. Lloyd.
Hey, Commissioner.
And members, guys, I'm at the Tennessee Teen Institute of Prevention coalition with Barry Cooper this morning. They did a great job, about 500 youth that they're talking about substance use prevention and mental illness prevention. Anyway, it's been amazing. So I'm very glad to be on here with y'all and listening in. Dr. Lloyd, you're doing great work, and so is the council. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Commissioner. This Commissioner was at the Tennessee Youth Prevention Coalition. She breaking up there a little bit. That's what she's been doing this morning. So Marie's been great for us, and good to have her to bounce things off of, when we're struggling with certain things. So we're grateful, Commissioner. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm using the same template as last year. So when we were in Farragut, Knoxville, Sage and the grants analyst, David and Mark, they had pulled together this workbook. And there's several tabs at the bottom, and we will post this on the website just as we did with cycle 1. So the summary, this is what we are going to be dispersing. And a reminder of our budget, where we are so far. And if there are any questions, Melissa is on to answer these. Here are the unscored applications. So the OAC office did review all of the applications we received multiple times to determine if the eligibility and required qualifications were met. If the applications did not contain the required information, documentation, or failed to meet the requirements stated in the announcement of funding, then they did not move to scoring. So these are the applications that did not move to scoring, and those are listed on this spreadsheet right here.
Are those organizations aware that their applications were not scored?
Not until right now.
Right now. All right.
So no communication has been made with the grantee, with the proposers yet. Mainly because the way that we've got this worked out is that the OAC makes the decisions. The office is going through the administrative part of it, but I'm not communicating with those proposers until all the decisions have been made. All right, then we have the strategies, and I know I'm going to work with making it bigger and working so that y'all can read it, but I'm going to just click through here really fast. We have education and training, harm reduction, primary prevention, recovery support, treatment, and research. So I'm gonna leave it right here on research so that we can use this as an example. And I know those in the audience, the visual is a little off, and please, I don't have any text, so I'm assuming people online can see this. But if it is a shaded color, this is kind of a coral color on my computer, then these applications passed. They received a passing score. Those that are not shaded did not receive a passing score. And then we have the information that is available across the top, and there are a few other columns right here. And before we vote on each of these, we will update the conflicts of interest. I went on and pre-populated it with the information we received prior to scoring the applications. There are some throughout here that have a purple shading. And as we were going through to make sure that all the agencies met all the requirements, there was a new requirement that if an agency had not been in operation for 24 months as of December 2022, and they were asking for more than their operating budget, then they would be disqualified. But in the spirit of fairness, any agency who is requesting more or the same as their annual operating budget, this is a lavender color. Okay, so also at the bottom down here, the OAC office has gone through, and again, these are options to get us started with conversation. We can use these to get started on conversation or create our own. Some packages, and I've offered, so each of these packages add up to the target amount for the strategy. And then David Lewis, our new quality director, has taken each of these packages, stratified them by how much funding would go to each of the grand regions or statewide. And I can zoom in so that we can read all of this information a little better. I know it's a lot of variables here, different types of information. We did review this with each of the council members individually. So I will pause right there to see if there are any questions before we move towards discussing the strategies.
So since I'm not a part of that review with each individual council members, did they also see the results, or did we just review what the packages look like, what the rationale for it is, and what you just showed us?
In many of the one-to-ones, they saw this right here. And then over the weekend, I was able to create the packages.
Okay.
Dr. Vanderpool is always an amazing advocate and gives us a lot of great advice. So we were able to fix up these packages with her guidance. So I emailed this out, I believe, on Monday. Today's Tuesday. So yesterday morning, they got the packages. So not a lot of turnaround time on this, but yes, they have seen these spreadsheets.
Okay.
So any questions about the information that we have collected from the applicants? Okay, so last year, if my memory serves correct, we started with one that was maybe a little easier to digest. And so coming back, I'm just throwing this out. If y'all want to start someplace else, I'm totally open. Research has 6 passing applications. We could start here to kick us off, or we can start with another strategy.
All right, so.
Okay.
You're good. Are you good with, because I want to start with this one, Stephanie. Is that okay?
Totally fine. Start with this one. Let's get something done.
Let's get something done.
Make our bed. I got you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Dr. Jackson.
just in respect, before we start getting in the weeds here on both the individual packages, I want to comment that I appreciate the office and council member Stephanie Vanderpool's efforts in putting these together for us, so we at least have a starting point. It's very helpful. I'm the only council member representing West Tennessee. In cycle 1, 6% of the awards went to West Tennessee. I understand we can only award what was applied for, and that played into it, but West Tennessee was underrepresented on the council. None of us are the governor, the lieutenant governor, so we're not blaming anybody. I'm just reflecting reality here. I've taken heat from my constituents saying, what are you doing up there? We didn't get any money. And so, looking at cycle one, we had a $59.1 million deficit with respect to the other two divisions. I mean, if you were gonna bring us up to speed with the average, basically, we'd need all 25 million awarded today to West Tennessee. And then we need 2 million extra out of next cycle 3 in order to bring us up to speed. So I'm not saying this has to be where we land, and I'll have to fight for it, but I just want to speak in terms of the West Tennessee bias. Because that would equal out the Middle and East Tennessee bias we had last time. So when you look at these packages, I would just like the other council members to consider if a West Tennessee agency passed, if they don't have one of those lavender warning signs, I would urge you to move them to the top of the list, to bump them to the top of the list in order that we can get to, I'd like to see this a West Tennessee weighted vote today. With no disrespect to the great applications that came from the Middle and Eastern Grand Divisions. But we had good applications from Western Grand Division that did not get represented last time.
Thanks, Dr. Jackson. I think that, we have to be aware of that, and we are, and we appreciate the circumstances that you're under, because they only have one person to call. And unfortunately, I know what that's like a little bit. I think that if you look at overdose deaths, and that's probably the metric that people look at first. If you look at overdose deaths in the state of Tennessee, we have 2 of the top 10 metro areas in the United States. And when I say top, I mean bad. Nashville or Davidson County is number 2, and Shelby County, Memphis is number 8. That's in the entire nation in metro areas. The weird thing is neither one of those are the worst area in Tennessee. It's actually Knoxville, but Knox County did not meet the criteria. The other thing is, if you look at overdose trends across the United States right now, on average, going down about 26%, which is a great number. I didn't know if I would ever live to see that. There's 2 populations that it's not only not plateaued, it's still going up, and that's the Black and brown communities. And so, I'm a believer that until we're all going in the right direction, then none of us are. And so I'd like us, to have that in the back of our mind as well. We got a population that's at risk, that is continuing to die at a rate higher than anybody else. And then we all know the results of our first round of funding. So thanks, Dr. Jackson.
Well, if you look at page 14, the second graph, look at my corner of the state, and you'll see that we were in quintile 1, which means that for every death in Shelby, Tipton, and Fayette County, we got less than $20,000. So if you combine, but looking at apples to apples, we have more people dying and less money coming into our county from the Opioid Abatement Commission. So again, in terms of equity and fairness, I'm just giving a plea toward West Tennessee applications and funding processes that would mitigate that imbalance that so far we've seen. Now, I understand a lot goes into that. I'm not accusing anyone on this committee of bias. I'm just saying that our awards have not been balanced.
Thanks, Dr. Jackson. All right, Mary, we have the elephant in front of us.
Yes, I'm happy to answer any other questions. So there are a couple of packages here. You see right up here, this is going straight down from the top scoring, Department of Health, then ETSU, University of Tennessee Health Science Center, ETSU, University of Memphis, University of Memphis. So those are the passing scores that were received for research and evaluation. Also wanted to say, if there are any questions about any of these applications, I've got Mark and David over here at the ready. Give them a couple of minutes and they can pull up those applications out of Smart Simple. So 2 packages, the top 2 scoring applications, or subtracting Department of Health and ETSU, and that adds 4 additional agencies. And you'll see this in several of the strategies. I remember from last year, there was interest in the council if there was a applicant who was asking for a large amount of money to see if that applicant was not funded, how many more agencies could be funded. So without Department of Health and ETSU, that allows for UT Health Science Center, another ETSU, and then 2 University of Memphis applications. Or as we've discussed again, happy to create a different package. So this one is 3.1 and this is 3.4. And the, oh my goodness. How did that happen? Whoop. Oh, that's you. Oh, sorry. That's total funding. I was like, wait, I know I did this. That's total funding. We're looking at year one funding. Okay. We're still good. We're still good. So year one funding, 1.1 million, and year one funding, 1.4 million. So both of them come in under the target for year one funding. Sorry,
I have a question because at the top, the green box on the top of that page says target for year one funding for research is 1.25 million. On my spreadsheet, what does yours say?
1.25.
So that means the bottom package actually is over.
So we're looking at year one. Oh yeah, the second one is over. You're right. The second one is over. It's at 1.4. So some of them may go, sorry, I didn't see you had your hand raised. Sorry.
Okay.
The second one does go over. Again, it's a little, last year, some of the packages did go over and some of them went under. So the first package is under, the second package is over a little bit. And so I can also take one of these out. I can take out one from package 2 and that would lower the amount.
Very question for you.
Yes.
Last year was research one of the categories that we went under in and that we took money from research and put in another area?
I believe that is true. And I can pull up, and I know if you're online, just hang with me. I'm just looking at something really fast. Here we go. Research. Yeah, here we go. The target was 4 million and we funded 1.4.
So we substantially underfunded our goal on research last year.
Oh, wait.
You're correct, Mike, but if I remember correctly, we didn't feel like we had the quality applications that we needed, and we decided not to fund things that we didn't want to fund, simply spend the money.
But that would justify a little bit of an overage this year to make up for the fact that last year we underfunded our goals on that.
I think we reduced the percentage too.
I think that's what has happened as well.
Which we had given ourselves the right to do early on. That was one of actually a good decision we made at that time. So.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Dr. Jackson.
I'm gonna let my comments conclude my discussion on this one because I'm in Stephanie's boat. I have a COI on University of Tennessee Health Science Center.
Right.
I'm not paid by them, but I'm a volunteer faculty.
Okay.
So I have the glorious benefit of their orange color on my letterhead, for which I give them a lot of labor and they give me no money. But since I have a COI, I'm going to shut up.
All right. So we will add you to a conflict on the 2 University of Memphis applications, correct?
No, sir.
I'm sorry.
UT Health
Oh, I see it. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Clay. I'm having a hard time seeing that. And
So
Yeah.
you combine those lower 4, we're over $250,000. Have we ever just shaved that off of those 4? So this is what you get? Give them less than what they're asking for?
We have not done that before. I believe that is correct. So what you're saying, if somebody had asked for $200,000 instead of 200, we'd give them 150,000. We did not do that last year. Is that right, David?
Right.
Okay.
So, I mean, I personally like the 4 last projects that seem to be in that package. They seem to be great projects. I'd hate to start taking one out just so we could make up the $250,000.
I'm so sorry. I'm gonna have to get up. I can't do that.
I agree with Dr. Moore. I think going with that one and shaving the lip, that's not an uncommon practice in the grant world, is to return back and say, you submitted 2.5 requests. You were approved for 1.65 or to that, or you take the percentage of each of those. I think that's I think they would agree with that as well.
I move that on this grouping, on
I would
research.
say that.
So let me be clear. So you're moving that we approve package 2, but it has to meet the target amount.
Adjust the value
Adjust, okay.
percentage wise, to reflect, the reduction in the requested amount so that we can meet our goal of 1.25 million.
So that would be, and I just need to know how to implement this. Or Sean, how Sean to implement this. So it's 1 point, so everybody would get the same percentage shaved off. Okay, David's gonna help me with this. Okay, got it. So that was Ken and Tommy.
Sorry, guys, I'm having it sent to me, so I don't have to get up and do that every time.
I got the papers right here, so you want close.
I need it about that big.
Yeah, I'll learn. I'm probably gonna print next for cycle 3.
So Dr. Moore, is that a motion?
Yes, it was a motion, there was a second.
Okay, I'm sorry, I was just, okay, a motion by Dr. Moore, second by Agent Farmer. Any discussion?
I have a question.
Dr. Vanderpool?
Are we voting on the individual things or the packages? Because if you're voting on the entire package, depending on the package, I think, did you move for package 2, Ken?
Dr. Vanderpool, we are voting on the package, and Dr. Moore, motion is package number 2.
Okay, so that means that if we're voting on the package, if we have a conflict on one in the package, we have to abstain from voting on the entire package? I just want clarification.
Last year, we divided it up into multiple votes. So it would be a vote on package 2 with the, oh my gosh, don't let me, so you would abstain, and then we would vote on that one that you abstained on. I believe that's how we did that last year.
It is.
Okay.
We would vote on everything that didn't have a conflict.
Right.
As a council, and then the ones that had a conflict, the folks who have conflict would abstain.
Right, in this case, Dr. Vanderpool, I think we could take the second, third, and fourth one, vote on those, and then take the first one individually, and you and Dr. Jackson could abstain.
Got it. All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Any other discussion? All right,
Dr. Lord?
Yes, Commissioner.
I have one question. The good doctor from West Tennessee who brought up the really important point regarding the percentages between the 3 major divisions of our state. Is there a way that could be discussed today after we vote on all this? I mean, what could we do to discuss that a little further?
Well, I mean, I think we can really do anything we want to. We have talked about it at some of at least one of our interim meetings, Commissioner, but yes, I mean, it's something that we're aware of and we do need to address. And so I'm happy to, really at the will of the council and what they would like to do to discuss it.
All righty. I just, again, wanted, before the vote was taken, to see if that's something that we'll be discussing afterwards. I know that Mary will be able to show up there what's divided, I believe, between east, west, and middle. I think the point he brought up is a very good one.
And I think, Commissioner, we're sitting here and I mean, I don't know about the other members, but I'm going to have a kind of a running tally looking at it myself as we go along, but we can definitely take time to look at it at the end for sure.
May I, a quick point for the vote. I know we were talking about potentially shaving off a portion of the requested budgeted amount for to stay within the 1.25, but I'd like to retain the option, the 1.25 million for the first year, but I'd like to retain the option to allow them to get their full funding, because if you look at some of the other packages, they are under the allotted amount for the different strategies. So I don't want to commit to saying we're going to hold this package to 1.25 million. If we have the additional budget, I would like us to be able to fully fund the grants that we are approving today after
So
all is said and done.
So would that be an amendment? No.
I'm gonna modify my motion to include that wording, that we may be able, if we, you know where I'm trying to go.
I do.
May fully fund if there's the
If
extra.
the budget allows.
Right. So that is good with our motioner. Our seconder is good as well, Tommy. So thanks, Dr. Vanderpool. All right, so this motion is for items 2, East Tennessee State University, 3, University of Memphis, 4, University of Memphis. All right, any other discussion? All right, hearing none, Mary, would you proceed with a roll call vote?
Armando Fontes,
Yeah.
Brian Buck,
Yes.
Casey Cox,
Yes.
Sharm Allen.
Yes.
Hold on one second. I'm trying to, Clay Jackson.
Yeah.
Ken Moore,
Yes.
Lisa Tipton,
Yes.
Mike Flynn,
Yes.
Shane Sexton,
Yes.
Stephanie Vanderpool,
Yes.
Steve Lloyd,
I'll abstain.
Tim Fournette,
Yes.
Tommy Farmer,
Yes.
Wayne Wykoff.
All right, so the motion carries. Now we will address item number 1 of the package 2, of which Dr. Vanderpool and Dr. Jackson will recuse themselves. Any discussion on item number 1? Hearing none, Mary, would you proceed with the roll call vote?
Armando Fontes,
Yes.
Brian Buck,
Yes.
Casey Cox,
Yeah.
Sharm Allen,
Yes.
Clay Jackson,
Same.
Ken Moore,
Yes.
Lisa Tipton,
Yes.
Mike Flynn,
Yes.
Shane Sexton,
Yes.
Stephanie Vanderpool,
Abstain.
Steve Lloyd,
Abstain.
Tim Fournette,
Yes.
Tommy Farmer,
Yes.
Wayne Wykoff.
All right, so the motion carries. So with the caveat that we'll look at it at the end to see if we have the money to fully fund it, we have approved package number 2. Thank you all.
All right, so okay. David's gonna help me do some math. David Lewis. Okay, so, we have treatment, recovery support, primary prevention, harm reduction,
We got to get to all of them, so. jump in.
education and training.
There we go.
Anybody feeling a certain strategy?
Sorry, we have packages in this one as well.
Yes.
I think you should describe the packages and the rationale for them for each of these, please.
Okay, so let's start with education and training. So down below, we have the top scoring applications for package number 1, and for package number 2, it subtracts free medical clinic, which has multiple applications, and adds Serenity, which also has multiple applications as well. So there's times when one is subtracted and another one is added, and then another strategy, one is subtracted and the other one is added. So there are 2 packages for this one. Serenity does have purple. And then again, just to be fair, they were incorporated in 1971. So they are showing a track record. So package number 1, okay, so let's do the target amount. The target amount is 2.5 million. Package number 1 is 2.3. Package number 2 is 2.54. And then showing below, we have package number 1. It is 1 for East, Middle, West, and statewide for funded. And package number 2 would be 0 for East, 1 for Middle, 2 for West, and 1 for statewide. So this is education and training. And you can see there is one that's grayed out, and that is Smart Institute. They had submitted an application prior to receiving their contract with the Opioid Abatement Council. So you can see those that have a scoring, a passing score.
Miriam, display settings, can you increase that just a little bit? I think you're right there. Yeah.
Is that what you want?
Ooh. Thank you, Tommy.
And I've bolded everything to hopefully that would make it come through a little more clearly.
Oh, that's wonderful. I can see some words.
Okay,
Good show. I need to go to the eye doctor.
I know.
I just wish I could read fast.
Well, Mary has put me into 2 seizure episodes already, but that's okay. I've enjoyed both of them.
Okay, so we have package number 1, top scoring applications, or package number 2. There's no conflicts. I mean, sorry, there's no outstanding concerns that the opioid abatement office noted. Just multiple applications from both Free Medical Clinic of Oak Ridge and Serenity House of Memphis. But to note that Serenity House of Memphis, their application is a collaborative application. So these are just various variables to take into consideration.
I know they're in Lavender, but they have been around for a long time.
Yeah, since 1971.
No.
So definitely a track record.
I'd like to also make a comment that even though they both have multiple applications, Serenity is also based in West Tennessee, which is one of the areas of focus for this cycle. So that may be another reason to consider that, despite the Lavender for the request being at or above their annual budget.
Thanks, Dr. Vanderpool.
Scroll the other way so we can see what the total is on package 2 again.
So package number 2 is 2.54. And
Mary,
Melissa, go ahead.
I also think it's valuable for you to show the breakdown at the bottom of the deck so folks can see the Grand Division funding and the by package. So you can see how much money is going to each Grand Division depending on the package. That was something that I think is important for the general public to be able to see when we're considering this.
Yeah.
So this is package number 1, and then this is package number 2. And we have West right here, and then West right here with package 1. So you help Matt as well, period. That brings us to stand Matt and go over awarded. So you try to do it too.
Mr. Chairman,
Dr. Jackson.
I move we approve package 2.
I have a motion on the floor to approve package 2 and a second by Dr. Moore. The motion was by Dr. Jackson. Any discussion? All right, hearing none. Mary, can we proceed with?
I'm sorry, can we do conflicts of interest first? Want to
Yes.
make sure that I've got it. I have Brian and Tommy for the Department of Health and Brian and Tommy for Tatus. Are there any conflicts of interest to add for either of those, or University of Memphis Research Foundation or Serenity House of Memphis?
No other conflicts?
Okay.
All right.
Great, thank you.
All right, no conflicts, and so motion second discussion. Mary, can you proceed with the roll call vote?
Are we going to do 2 roll call votes? So the
Same way.
same way?
Well,
Okay.
so this one I would anticipate we're going to address items 3 and 4, the University of Memphis and the Serenity House application. And then I think we've got the same, do we have the same 2 people?
Yeah, it's the same 2 people.
All right,
It's
so we can
Tommy
do it,
and.
we can do it in 2. So this one, the first part of it will address is the item 3, University of Memphis Research Foundation, item 4, Serenity House of Memphis, Tennessee.
Okay. Armando Fontes,
Yes.
Brian Buck,
Yes.
Casey Cox,
Yes.
Sharm Allen. Yes. Clay Jackson,
Yes.
Ken Moore,
Yes.
Lisa Tipton,
Yes.
Mike Flynn,
Yes.
Shane Sexton,
Yes.
Stephanie Vanderpool,
Yes.
Steve Lloyd,
Abstain.
Tim Fournette,
Yes.
Tommy Farmer,
Yes.
Wayne Wyckoff.
Yes.
So the motion carries.
Okay,
Congratulations to those folks.
and then the 1 and 2.
All right.
Okay.
Item 1, Tennessee Department of Health. And then item 2, TADIS, the Tennessee Association of Alcohol and Drug Abuse Services Incorporated. All right.
Armando Fontes,
Yes.
Brian Buck,
Abstain.
Casey Cox,
Yes.
Clay Jackson,
Yes.
Sharm Allen,
Yes.
Ken Moore,
Yes.
Lisa Tipton,
Yes.
Mike Flynn,
Yes.
Shane Sexton,
Yes.
Stephanie Ventripool,
Yes.
Steve Lloyd,
Abstain.
Tim Fournette,
Yes.
Tommy Farmer,
Abstain.
Wayne Wyckoff.
Yes.
Okay, so for my people doing math, David and Melissa, this is where we're at. 2.547,319.21. There we go. Oh, okay.
What's that?
I lost somebody. They tell me where he is. Okay. All right, let's go to harm reduction. So the target here is 2.5 million. These are listed from the top scoring down. And here are all of our passing scores. I did review this with the council members. There is a duplicate budgets across 6 applications. We do have one that was incorporated in 2021 asking for more, and another incorporated in 1989. Scrolling down.
I'm sorry, what does that mean that the budget was duplicated across?
It was,
It's the same exact budget?
yes,
Put in each one?
yes,
Okay.
yes. And they're for vending machines.
Ah,
It's a Narcan
Got
naloxone
it.
vending machine.
okay.
All right, so there is package number 1, which is the top scoring applications, and it comes in at 2.531. Package number 2 subtracts free medical clinic and Cherokee that has multiple applications and adds 3 additional, which gets 3 of the vending machines, and that comes in at 2.49. All right, looking at the distribution across the state. Package number 1, 2 in east, 2 in middle, 1 in west, 0 statewide. Package number 2, 3 in east, 2 in middle, 2 in west, 0 statewide. And the 2 that adds in west are 2 vending machine. Oh, wait, no, it adds a vending machine project in west along with Shelby County Health Department.
Do we have any vending machines in proposal, no, in package 1?
No vending machines in package 1.
Okay.
Only
Can I
vending.
just-
Yeah, go ahead.
Dr. Vanderpool?
Can we please have somebody track how many times we are quote unquote not considering some organization from a package? Because this is the second time free medical clinic has been pulled out of a package for multiple applications. And if we pull them out for all multiple applications, we won't ever fund them, and
True.
they're consistently high in their
True.
scoring. So I think it's important that we track that and don't punish somebody for having multiple well-scored applications.
So, right. So for education and training, they were not in package 1. So harm reduction, here they are in package 1. They've, so they're back here.
Right, but in package 2, we're pulling them. So that's what I'm just saying,
That's
like, is there somebody else that, and you did pull Cherokee 2 for package 2. I'm just raising it. I don't have anything to do with any of these companies. I just want to make sure the process is equitable for the companies or the organizations that put the time into putting together quality applications.
No. Thanks,
Agree.
Stephanie.
Agree, and that's a good point. So yeah, that was they were not in research. So the only other time they were pulled out was education and training. So here they are again, Free Medical Clinic of Oak Ridge. Cherokee has not been excluded from a package yet.
I would like to see a package where maybe if maybe we include free medical clinics, since you've already excluded them from one package, and then see how that adjusts the budget. It may take one or more of those opioid harm reduction vending machine projects with the exact same budget out of the picture. But
So you would want like package number 2 and add in free medical clinic?
maybe basically make like a package number 3 where you basically put free medical clinic back in and then saw what was left of the budget to allow, and maybe left Cherokee out for this one, but then keep Cherokee in mind if they have another application for another source that they don't get pulled out of the next one. Or vice versa. But if we've already excluded free medical clinic once, I think we from consideration, and we haven't funded them yet, I think we should be mindful of the process that we don't inadvertently pull them out of their top scoring applications and then they end up not getting funded at all.
Okay.
If they have
So-
quality stuff.
Go ahead, Tim.
And I'm missing something that package one doesn't have free it has free medical clinic in it.
Yeah, package number 1 has free medical clinic in it.
I am aware. I guess what I was trying to say is I understand the rationale for pulling multi applications. Like, is it possible to create a package number 3 where, for example, we include free medical clinic and then include the West Tennessee Opioid Harm Reduction Vending Project to kind of address for East and West projects. I just want us to make sure that we are not inadvertently penalizing folks who have had multiple high scoring applications by pulling them out every time.
I think I understand. So for who would you like to see in package number 3 for
So-
harm reduction? But do you want me to scroll up or down? I know you probably have it in front of you.
I do.
Okay.
I would, since free medical clinic scored higher than Cherokee, but for this particular thing, I would leave free medical clinic in, pull Cherokee out for the multiple applications. And I think that may be a consideration we should do going forward. Now, once free medical clinic has gotten funded, then it's okay to pull them out. If they have a third application in another strategy, it's okay to pull them out again if they've gotten funded.
I see what you're saying.
But I don't think you should, I think you should, copy that, make that harm reduction package number 3. And then at the bottom of that, see how much, what additional, from the scoring, what additional opioid harm reduction projects you can add. Maybe you could add 2 additional harm reduction projects because Cherokee Health was asking for $1.97 million, and each of those harm reduction vending machines are 552. So you could put 2 of them in, and one of them would include West Tennessee according to the scores.
All right, so I'm going to add this up. Please be, let me, I've got
Space, insert a line above 54 so you have some spaces between the packages. Insert 2 rows above it. And another one.
Okay, so let me add this up, and I know it's Coral, but hang with me. So this is year 1 funding. We're at 1.5 out of a 2.5. So that is
So you can then still add 3 of the vending projects if they've scored appropriately.
which they did.
Or you can add 2 of them rather, 1.5 out of 2.5, so you can add 2 of them. So you can
Okay,
add the next 2 highest scoring ones.
Let me grab these 2, 50 and row 50 and 51. Okay, so we have, here's year 1. Nope, here we go. Year 1 and auto sum 1.935.
So you can still add 1 more project.
Okay. All right, so let me grab Dow Springs.
And I might advocate for, just a thought, I don't know how much of West Tennessee has been funded yet, but a couple of those other ones are West Tennessee of the same. There's one down at 68. That's a West Tennessee project for Crestwind Health Group.
And that gets us to 2.129. You said there was something up here. Let's see here. This one right here.
Whichever one is west, you can
Yeah,
produce.
Crestwind is west.
Mm-hmm. That might get us over the 2.5 though. You said we're at 2.1.
Yes.
So that'll get us over the 2.5. Is there anybody else that's under that? There's a, that's not yet been funded. And this is for the first year funding, correct?
Right, yeah,
That we
first
need
year
to look
funding,
at.
looking
Okay.
at first year funding. There's
Yeah,
Hamilton
well, in that
County.
case, you can fund the one in line 21.
Okay,
Or the, because that will get you to 179, which will be under. Just put the paste right above next to 1, 2, 3.
Okay, so here we are. Y'all are good to put up with my Excel skills. All right, we're at 2.32, so we're a little bit over 2.25. Oh, we're supposed to be 20. Sorry, you're right. I need to have this right in front of me. This is 2.5, so we're good.
So in that case, we can add one more. And I'd like you to consider adding. So we're at 2 point what?
2.3, 2.322, 2.322.
Alrighty. Let's consider adding line 17.
East Nashville Wellness Center.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let me add this up. Scroll. $2.646.
Okay.
1.146 over.
I would recommend we take that middle out. Stephanie, I know this is your package, but we've
No,
been
I-
over.
I'm
we've
just
been
trying to
over
make
by
that math.
twice.
So if you wanna take something out that's gonna keep it within the number, then that's totally fine. I was just trying to get as many funded as possible.
I hear you.
All right, so then that puts us at 2.322.
Mary, can you do me a favor? Can you just click on the 2.322 cell by itself and let me check that formula?
Yes.
M54 to 5064. You're counting, it's, yes, that's correct. All right, I was just checking the formula. Thank you.
You're welcome. This was a team effort. I'm just going to say Mary does not do formulas. The Davids are in charge of Excel.
City of Livingston's dropping.
So how much are we under?
2.5 minus 2.3, so roughly 180,000-ish.
Okay.
Math people. I was not hired for my maths, so I'm pretty sure. So we've got Shelby County Health Department, City of Mount Juliet, Cheris Health Center, Free Medical Clinic of Oak Ridge. And then we have 4 vending machines. That'll be at Erlanger, Delta, East Tennessee Behavioral Health, and Crestwind. So what I don't have, I mean, you can see this. We have 1, 2 west. Oh, 3. We have 3 west. 1, 2, 3 west. 1, 2 middle, and 1, 2, 3 east.
Okay.
And this comes in at whatever we said it was. It's below. It's right there. 2,322,000.
Mary,
Yes.
I hate all the work that you have done on that. I think it's fantastic. Can I make a motion for package 1?
You absolutely can make a motion for package 1.
Second.
There was a motion on the floor by Tommy Farmer for package 1 and a second by Tim Fournette. Now let's see what the fallout from that is.
So that package 1 is Shelby County Health Department, City of Mount Juliet, Cheris Health Center, Free Medical Clinic of Oak Ridge, and Cherokee Health Centers.
Please show us the first year, Mary.
Yes. Oh, yes. That is 2.531. So 31,000, almost 32,000 over. And then here is the distribution across the state. 2 in east, 2 in middle, 1 in west. But then you have the percentage of 39% going to west, 51 to east, and 9 going to middle.
Package 1. Does package 1 include any vending machines or not?
No.
No.
Mr. Chairman, I second motion through package 1.
We have a second, but that's okay, Dr. Jackson.
Sorry.
That's okay.
30.
Well,
Chance I'll vote on it.
we can do that. All right, so we do have a motion and a second. And I guess we can go ahead and entertain discussion. I think Dr. Moore.
Dr. Moore had a board meeting that he had to get to.
Okay.
And is Mike still here? Yes, Mike.
Yes.
Here, but I may have to join virtually.
But once we have a quorum established, we have a quorum established. I did read that in Robert's Rules of Order, so I thought you'd be proud of it.
Yeah, physical and they.
We do, yeah. All right, so we've got the motion on the floor with a second for package 1. We've looked at both packages, so we'll just entertain the idea or motion for package 1 right now. Is there any discussion? I do have a little bit, if you don't mind, Mary, would you scroll down to package 2 of those vending machines I want to look at just quickly?
Yes. So they are
There's one of those in West Tennessee.
$552,500 total. It's a 3-year, coming in at $193,500 for the first year.
Okay. Is there one of them up top? So
And-
I'm kind of looking, and guys, my head right here is kind of harm reduction in West Tennessee, actually. And I know the effectiveness of vending machines. So is there anything in package 1 that,
Well, Shelby County is expanding harm reduction in Shelby County.
yeah, I don't know what that means.
David or Mark, could y'all look up?
Yeah.
It's application 1944.
Mr. Chairman, could you talk me into the vending machine? Because it's a single vendor
Mhm.
across the state. And we got a hospital getting a vending machine. And, pardon my bias here, which is gonna show,
Mhm.
hospitals have a lot of capital.
Mhm.
And if they're not for profit, they've got to spend it on something.
Right.
So I have gone to a lot of executive washrooms that I thought that they could take some money for it.
I agree.
So talk me into this because my ready reach a shoulder here. I'm not wanting to help a hospital get a vending machine. I'm wanting to say to the CEO, buy your own.
And I would love that, and I think the CEO doesn't give a crap. I'm sorry. but I don't.
I don't know him or her. I'm just talking about my general prejudice.
I can just use it generically. I mean, it's not something that, you know, if you look at this, I mean, often when you talk about patients that we're talking about, they call them these people or these patients and anything that, you know.
But like we said, these CEOs, but it's,
Yeah.
I'm acknowledging my bias.
Yeah.
All right.
I just don't, you know, it's kind of like I know we have stuff at the health department, you know, our patients don't frequent that. And so how do you get it to where they need to be? And the hospital has not put forth money for this. I haven't seen it. I would love for them to, and it's a great argument.
Okay.
But I can't make the case for that because you're right.
All right, so we've looked at the Shelby County Health Department application, and it does include at least one vending machine. So that's just off the top of the project narrative. So there is a vending machine.
Just to satisfy my curiosity, what are some other strategies they have in that? I mean, it's harm reduction is pretty daggone big. Can you tell?
Can you pull up the
Yeah,
application?
Yeah, just.
I've got it up.
Okay.
So there it says Shelby County Health Department will expand harm reduction activities, focusing on high impact areas to include increasing the number of vending machines, offering additional HIV, HCV prevention mobile services, improving surveillance methods. Vending machines stocked with naloxone, fentanyl, and xylazine test strips will be placed outside satellite clinics, and they do say vending machines, plural. And at a university located in a high impact area in Shelby County. Increased access to intervention supplies are expected to decrease fatal and non-fatal overdoses.
Thank you.
There's not a single one of those satellite clinics in Shelby County. It's not in a high impact area. So I just, you know, I've been in Erlanger and I've been in Shelby County Health Department facilities, and I just, the budget's different, the need's different, and my bias is to one.
Fair. Thank you for doing that. All right, so we got a motion on the floor, second. Any further discussion on package one? Hearing none, Mary, hold on, let's take care of conflicts.
Oh, gosh, thank you. I was ready. Okay. So we have Brian Buck on both Free Medical Clinic of Oak Ridge and Cherokee Health Systems. Do we have any other conflicts? Shelby County Health Department, City of Mount Juliet, Cheris Health Center, Free Medical Clinic of Oak Ridge, Cherokee Health Systems.
May I suggest that we just vote on it and have Brian abstain and see if we get 8 votes for it. Ergo, we wouldn't need to go back.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
No, I mean, I've been down this route numerous times. And then I do something and Sam tells me I gotta do something else. Can we do that? All right. So pull all of them up for, all of them together. And Brian will abstain from those two. Is that correct? The whole package. So it won't matter. Got it.
Yeah.
All right, let's proceed. You sure about that?
It's on.
Okay, I'm gonna pray for that while we're doing it. All right. All right, so Mary, can you, Brian, did you understand that?
I just abstained from the two that I have a conflict with, and yes on the others.
Actually, no, you're just gonna
Oh, I
abstain
abstained altogether.
overall.
Okay.
And then if you matter, we'll bring you back.
Okay.
But you may not matter.
Temporarily
disenfranchising you.
I understood.
We mean that in most loving way possible, Brian, just so you know. All right, Mary, would you proceed with a roll call vote?
Armando Fontes,
Yes.
Brian Buck,
Abstain.
Casey Cox,
Yes.
Clay Jackson,
Yeah.
Sharm Allen,
Yes.
Ken Moore, Lisa Tipton,
Yes.
Mike Flynn,
Yes.
Shane Sexton,
Yes.
Stephanie Vanderpool,
Yes.
Steve Lloyd,
Abstain.
Tim Fournette,
Yes.
Tommy Farmer,
Yes.
Wayne Wykoff.
All right, motion carries. All right, Brian,
Please move over to the right, please, Mary.
I'm sorry.
Please move over to the right, Mary.
Please move to the right.
Thank you. So we have 1, okay. I'm sorry, those last three are, that 1.5. Where did that go? Which division?
What are you talking about?
Division
148, which kind of division?
Oh.
83.
Middle.
Middle,
So,
east, east. Please
yeah.
go to the right, just one more time.
oh, sorry.
East, okay.
I looked at the percentage of funding though, Clay, down at the bottom. Mary, can you flip back to
Yeah,
that one?
I've got that down here, right?
Because that harm reduction package in Shelby County is big. They even got prep in that one.
Those numbers one. Oh, well, he's got 1.3. And.
West
middle-
Million Street,
Middle got
228.
0.2. Yeah. And west got 1. Okay, thanks.
Yep. All right, Mary. Are you gonna join Mike going up the road?
I'm already on.
Got it, got it.
Wow.
Give me time to unmute.
We're impressed.
And you do have internet all the way to the interstate here too, so.
Okay, so we have 3 down, 3 to go.
Right. Yeah, Brian, you matter again, so we're gonna need you. All right, primary prevention.
Primary prevention, 3.75 is the target. So these are the passing applications. There is one up here at the top that was incorporated in 2021. Bigger. Okay, so I am going to show you the packages. Package number 1, top scoring applications, and that is 3 million. There's some there's some large packages in this one, so that's why the totals are a little odd. So, and then package number 2 subtracts braid that was established in 2021, adds FNA, and so we go over just a hair. And then the package number 3 minus Cherokee, minus braid, and then it adds 4 additional agencies. Package number 4 minus braid and FNA, which was asking for 3.6, and then you have some of the same agencies. So just showing a couple of different options where an agency has asked for a good amount of money. And then to Stephanie's point, was there just making sure, so we did approve Cherokee in harm reduction.
We did.
So we did approve Cherokee in harm reduction.
Does anybody know about braid? I know 2021, they got lavender, but does anybody know their track record? Is anybody here that reviewed that one? Can you speak to braid?
Can we go to the studio audience?
And increase that font, please. Display settings. There you go. You go.
What do you mean studio audience?
I don't know braid.
You heard of them?
Classification.
Braid, have you heard of braid? Okay.
Yeah, I've not heard of them. They're in West Tennessee. Youth Connect is the name of their application. So their operating budget is 305, and they're asking for 500,000 for 2 years with a total of 1 million.
Did you find them, Charlotte?
No,
Oh, okay. You're looking at that?
faster than chicken reverse.
Oh, yeah, it's a,
Well, I'm trying not to give him a seizure.
Yeah, yeah.
So, and also my finger, I don't use a mouse.
What's city are they in?
Yeah.
Hey, David, can you find out what city application 2119 is?
I've got it.
Oh, what city?
So the narratives, it's basically, free mental health counseling for the youth ages 13 to 18, probably inform mental health counseling for youth. 13
Can you
to
go to organization information and see what the organization information and see what the city is?
See what is,
City.
Cordova, Memphis.
and their focus is mental health in youth and as it relates trauma
Mental
and,
health counseling for ages 13 to 18.
right. Well, I don't know anything about them. That's a huge need. No, we're looking at this. The lavender is a concern. The last lavender one we had in here, had been in business since 1971. This is not near that long, and they're asking for more than their operating budget. And so that's, yeah, like 3 times more. And so that
Operating budget is what,
305.
305.
305,000.
Mm-hmm. It's that last block there, Clay.
So this one right here gets us yeah, the West Braid was a high scoring West. The next West high scoring would be in package number 3 with Methodist Le Bonheur Community Outreach.
David, can you tell me what that one's about?
2025 is the application number.
Yeah, that's why I'm interested in this.
I've nothing to say on here, outreach.
Yeah. Can you go back, package 2 real quick, Smear?
Yes. Give me scroll over.
No,
Okay.
no, I'm just thinking of a replacement of Cherokee, and scroll down and move Methodist Church from west up to package number 2, replace Cherokee.
Is it roughly similar, Tommy? Because I was thinking the same thing. I can't.
Let's look.
Let's see, our Cherokee is,
You talking about the Le Bonheur one?
Yep.
Okay.
Get close.
So the Le Bonheur one is, basically patient education on safe use of opioids, pre, post-op education, deter and disposal bags, that sort of thing. Estimated 4,800 surgical patients prescribed opiates will receive services, including an opioid risk assessment, pre-discharge education on proper opioid use, storage, disposal, take home deter and disposable bags, information on consumer drug take backs, follow up post discharge via telephone, et cetera.
So here's my, I'm going to abstain anyway. All right, but here's that's why I wanted to know. We funded Goldfinch last time. So that's exactly what they do. And they're having trouble getting in our hospitals across the state.
Yeah.
And so I'm not sure what my leeway is on making that happen, because we wouldn't have funded it if it wasn't a valuable service. And now this one sounds almost the same, unless I'm missing the boat. Now, I'm not against Le Bonheur at all, but that's my point. I don't want, well, I'd like to see us not fund the same thing when we've already, paid somebody to do it and they're having trouble getting in there. We need to grease the skids from getting in there.
Lisa has a question.
Ms. Tipton.
Hello. Going back to one of the previous applications where it seemed like it would be a very doable project, I think it was in West Tennessee, that it exceeded their annual operating budget. Would we have the leeway to shave off some of that money as well? And basically, if we chose to fund it, not fund it in excess of their operating.
I mean, from an operational point of view, we would need them to redo their budget and submit it. I have no idea. I have no idea what that contemplates as far as staffing and such like that. We could do it. We would need, all of them have to resubmit their budget at any rate for the contract, but we could do it, but I don't know what it would matter with their program. Like, they may not have the staff to do
that out there.
Yeah.
At least I think we have all options on the table. If I hear Mary correctly, doing it that much rather than across the board like we did a little while ago. It looked like there's a whole lot more involved with asking them to redo their budget to come to that amount.
Yeah, I mean, it's 500,000, so I would have to get into it. I mean, it sounds like there's a lot of staff in that.
Hey, Dr. Lloyd,
Yes, Commissioner.
hey, on that question, I think that was an interesting idea that Lisa put forward. But to your point that this project's already funded, but people aren't, it's not really getting off the ground. My only question would be for what was originally funded, is that funding going to meet the total need? And if not, what would that gap be? And does that then allow the Lavonder project to be seen more favorably? So like if
Yep.
the current project met all the need, I get what you're saying, but if it
Right.
didn't, then would we penalize an entity because somebody else applied for something similar?
No, I see what you're saying, Commissioner. I don't have an answer to that. I just remember that as something that we funded because I thought it was a novel approach. And of course I didn't review it. I just learned about it when we funded it. And it sounded
Yeah.
similar. The truth is I don't even know what hospitals they were proposing. Right? I mean, Lamar may not be one of them. It may not be in their area. I mean,
Right.
I'm just talking off the top of my head. I think it's something we have to be aware of.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. One of the things the council might consider is if you believe that is the package you want to approve, you could approve it and say conditional upon finding out if the other project was going to cover that hospital. You could work through that if it would be
Right.
helpful.
Okay, thanks, Commissioner.
Oh, you're welcome.
All right, so we have package number 1, Cherokee Stars and Braid. Package number 2, minus Braid, add FNA. Package number 3, minus Cherokee. They have been funded. Minus Braid, who's a newer agency, add 4 additional agencies that also gets Methodist and West. And then package number 4, minus Braid and FNA. And it gives a little, this one does not include the West Tennessee.
So in package number 3, is that the only one that we have a statewide program in? Is there another one?
Yeah.
Okay, no, I see it.
Package number 2.
Yeah. I got it.
Package number 2 has a statewide program.
All right. It's the
But no-
same one.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, FNA.
All right. So going to package 3 then.
We have FNA statewide plus Methodist Le Bonheur West.
Okay.
And then the total for this is 3.592, so 90 about, wait, I've already forgotten. What are we doing primary prevention? So we're under.
Yeah, I was gonna say that one's under. Okay. That package obviously allows us to fund more. It keeps in the statewide program and it's a significant amount to an area of interest here for us in West Tennessee.
Mr. Chairman, I'm gonna need to recuse myself from the MLH discussion. That is a children's hospital, but I work for the parent company.
Gotcha.
Methodist.
So do you want to be a conflict of interest for Methodist?
Yeah.
Okay.
That being said, I take your point strongly that Goldfinch has been funded to do exactly this kind of project. And I have had them beg me, hospitals in Memphis area to do their program. Beg, get the CEOs to talk to them. So I would say as a general principle, sometimes we're chasing unmet met needs.
Yep.
Doubly met needs. As a general principle, not fine with it.
All right. I mean, we've got our options in front of us, guys.
Do we want to move on to another strategy or stay right
No,
here?
No,
Okay.
No.
I got an answer.
Make a motion to accept package 2.
And a motion on the floor from Sheriff Cox to accept package 2. statewide, middle and east. All right, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Brian? Okay, thanks, Brian. Sorry. A second by Brian Buck. Any discussion?
Point of clarification, can he second it if he's got a conflict?
That's a good question.
What was that?
Conflict.
I don't think he can make a.
You can't second the conflict.
Oh. Sorry, Brian, you're back into do not matter status.
All right, understood.
I do want to tell you, we still love you though. So we need a second from an eligible participant.
I'll second.
Second, by Sheriff Fontes or ex-Sheriff Fontes, sorry. Mondo. All right, so we got a motion and a second. Any discussion?
That'll be the second Cherokee, grant. We're not to say discriminate, I mean, just make it noticed.
It would be. And I think we pulled him out of one as well, didn't we?
This also has no dedicated West funding,
All right.
and this is a big award.
All right, I've got a motion and a second. Any discussion, the concerns, I think everyone hears. All right, Mary, if you would proceed with the roll call vote.
Armando Fontes,
Yes.
Brian Buck.
Abstain.
Oh, and I'm sorry, I know I'm calling roll, but I've got Brian and Tommy as conflicts of interest. Okay. Casey Cox.
Yes.
Sharm Allen.
Yes.
Clay Jackson.
No.
Ken Moore has left. Lisa Tipton.
Yes.
Mike Flynn is, let's.
Yeah.
Okay. Shane Sexton.
Yes.
Stephanie Vanterpool.
I'm deciding, abstain.
Steve Lloyd.
Abstain.
Tim Fournette.
No.
Tommy Farmer.
Abstain.
Wayne Wyckoff. Okay. Oh, were you taking
I
tally?
got it. Motion carried 5-2. Actually, 5-3. I didn't count.
1,
Mr.
2,
Wyckoff.
3, 4, 6. Armando, Casey, Sharm, Lisa, Mike, Shane.
Do you require a majority of votes cast, or do you require a majority of votes voted?
I was getting ready to turn around and ask Sam. So mine was the majority of the votes. Okay.
Okay. I believe that's accurate. I want to also check with JP. Make sure he's.
All right, JP.
JP, are you there, brother?
Calling you in.
I'm here. Yeah, sorry about that.
So that's okay. Did you hear, the question is, we have a vote here, that's 6 in the affirmative and 3 in the 3 in the negative. And the question is it votes available or votes cast? Because we had several abstentions, secondary to conflicts of interest, and then 1 abstention from me, just because I abstained from all of them. So is it votes cast or votes available?
You need a majority of the those in attendance, so to pass a vote. So abstentions effectively, and if anyone has a different opinion on this, I'm happy to dig a little deeper. But in my understanding for parliamentary procedure is always that you have 6 votes in the affirmative. The abstentions effectively count as no votes with the way it's counted. So how many are in attendance total?
Or are you counting?
Are we counting Ken?
Well, we've had some leave. Actually, 1 left that's not on anymore, but we've had 1 leave that is still on, so we'll count him as here.
Okay.
So we have 13 technically in attendance, either virtually or here present in the room.
Okay, yeah, I count that as 6 of 13 voting in the affirmative, so that would be vote
It
fails.
would fail. All right, thank you, JP. So the motion
Sure.
fails. All right, so we've eliminated package 2. We're gaining on it.
All right, so package 1 are the top scoring. Come on, finger. We have Cherokee, Stars, and Braid. Braid being in West Tennessee, that's a newer agency. Package 3 takes out Cherokee, and they did receive a funded application under another strategy, takes out Braid and adds 4 additional agencies, including the hospital, Methodist Le Bonheur, and then we have package 4 that adds back in Cherokee, but takes out Braid and FNA, which is a statewide. Again, taking out larger packages to grab. But again, none of these, this last one's not West. Yes, Clay?
Show us a breakdown on package 1 by grand division percentage.
Yes, it is right here. East, middle, and west, 1 each. Percentage, 51% east, 32% middle, 16% west.
What does it look like on 3 and 4? Yeah.
4 doesn't have anybody in West.
Yeah,
There's nobody in West.
yeah. 3
One is the
has,
most advantageous package available for West.
that's right, and it's the Braid that has the newer agency.
Yeah.
Is Brady is in Cordova.
Right.
Okay. So essentially, we're down to package 1 and package 3.
1 and 3.
Right. The issue with package 1 is we've got a organization that's asking for 3 times more than their total operating budget right now. And the issue with 4 is if we don't have, West Tennessee representation.
We do.
Well, minor, sorry.
Yeah, but isn't that Le Bonheur one that, we heard talk about, they're duplicating what someone else is already doing and having trouble getting it done? But it's operation in the hospital.
But this, Le Bonheur's doing it themselves. They're gonna do it at their hospital.
Right.
So they won't have that issue getting into the hospital.
They won't.
Can I make a motion?
You absolutely.
Make a motion, we pass, 3.
All right, so I'm gonna let Sharm, second this. So we have a motion for Dr. Fournette, on package 3. And we have a second from, General Allen, for package 3. Can we just look at that briefly again down at the breakdown, just for my own sanity?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
There is 3, 1 in east, 3 in middle, 1 in west, 1 statewide, and you see the percentages: 5 to east, 52 to middle, 8 to west, and 33 statewide.
All right. So
Point of clarification again, can you review conflicts? Who made the motion for package 3?
that's, yeah, we will, Steph. Hang on one second, Dr. Jackson. We're looking at it right now, so hang on.
It's a conflict.
I don't think yeah, you're of conflict on number 3. All right, but we had a bunch of seconds there a minute ago. Right.
She was the second, and I was a third.
Okay, so if we can just move them up a notch. Is that okay?
It sounds like something Robert's Rules of Order, right?
Yeah, I just added. All right, so we have the motion by General Allen, second by Sheriff Cox, and now the floor is Dr. Jackson's.
My point of order, Mr. Chairman, is the advantage of actually, I know we exempted Mr. Buck because we wanted for efficiency's sake. But the advantage, if we're gonna go, if we're gonna establish for the purpose of these votes, that a majority is a majority of the votes present, not votes cast in order to pass the motion. The advantage of splitting these up and voting for by one is that if we group them together, and we have 3 or 4 extensions, it becomes almost impossible for us to have a majority of votes available unless it's unanimous. Therefore, I would recommend that on the subsequent packages, we take the additional step. Otherwise, we're gonna be here all night.
I agree. So that's what we will do. So we will take them, need a little bit of help. So I think we can take, well, 1 and
5,
4.
6. There's no, problem with taking those as a group, I don't think, because there's no abstentions on that. They need to get rid of those in a block. And then,
Well, then I may be looking at the wrong one because here it's 1 and 4 or 1 and 5.
Yeah,
Is that the right package?
yeah,
So
3.
the first one and 2, 3, 4, we can take 1 and 5 as a group. And then we'll take them individually after that. Is that right?
All right, and let's make sure we've got the right conflicts of interest. So we have Stars 0, State of Tennessee FNA Tommy Farmer. We have Vanderbilt, Tommy Farmer, and Tim Fournette. We have Maryville College, Mike Flynn, none for Nashville Children's Alliance, and Methodist Le Bonheur, Clay Jackson. Any others or any to subtract?
So on the first vote, we're going to take 1 which is National Stars, and 2, 3, whatever 5 is. I can't see it now. So we're going to take 1 and 5, and that's everyone. So Mary, if you proceed with a roll call vote on 1 and 5.
Okay, 1 and 5. Okay, and I've put the numbers out to the side. Okay. Armando Fontes,
Yes.
Bron Buck,
Yes.
Casey Cox,
Yes.
Sharm Allen,
Yes.
Clay Jackson,
Yes.
Ken Moore as left, Lisa Tipton,
Yes.
Mike Flynn,
Yes.
Shane Sexton,
Yes.
Stephanie Vanderpool,
Yes.
Steve Lloyd,
Abstain.
Tim Fournette,
Yes.
Tommy Farmer,
Yeah.
Wayne Wykoff.
Yes.
Right, so the motion carries. Right now, let's see. If we can make Tommy insignificant, that would be good. All right, so let's take, I guess we can just take 2, right? 2 and 6. No, Clay would have to abstain. Let's take number 2.
Chairman,
Yes,
point of order.
Dr. Jackson.
I'm really sorry to be flying the ointment here, but I'm gonna go against our council. I've got Robert's Rules of Order pulled up, and it says that if an abstention votes is an oxymoron, and abstention being a refusal to vote. To abstain means to refrain from voting. As a consequence, there can be no such thing as an abstention vote. In the usual situation where the rules require either a majority vote or a 2/3 vote, abstentions have absolutely no effect on the outcome of the vote, since it's required is either majority or 2/3 of the votes cast. On the other hand, if the rules explicitly require a majority of 2/3 of the members present, a majority 2/3 of the entire membership, an abstention would have the same effect as a no vote. In such case, abstention is not a vote, it's not counted as a vote. So before we did our vote that you motion, I think it was number 3, I forget what it was.
Number 2.
It was number 2. Before we did that, we did not specify that we required a majority of votes present. But because we did not specify, according to these rules, that vote should have been passed because we did achieve a majority of the votes cast. That's my contention, and I will leave it to y'all to fight it out, but that's what Robert's rules say.
All right, so JP, did you hear that?
I did, yeah. I've got Roberts in my hands too. I was also double checking. So this all sort of is pre-permitted because the council, so for decisions to be made by the council, including by the policy that was passed earlier today, it has to be majority of the members of the council, period. And so my reading of all this is you need 8 votes for anything to pass, regardless of what's happening in a particular meeting. So abstentions, yeah.
The council, regardless, and that Robert's rules will have to play by that, because Robert's rules allow us as a body to stipulate whether it's votes cast or votes present. And that's fine, and we'll continue on with our business. I just want to make sure that we didn't have a duly recorded vote that we should have honored, that we ignored due to misinterpretation.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And that's why I was looking it up too. I didn't want to let that go by because different bodies do treat it differently. But I think this case, 6 was clearly not enough. But happy to further discuss, but that's my advice at least.
So JP, I can proceed on fairly solid footing right now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
All right,
So we'll go back to, I guess,
Package number 3.
it's package 3, number 2. Tommy's going to abstain, so we can do a roll call vote on item 2 and package 3.
Armando Fontes,
Yes.
Bron Buck,
Yes.
Casey Cox,
Yes.
Sharm Allen, Clay Jackson.
Yeah.
Ken Moore. Left, right. Lisa Tipton,
Yes.
Mike Flynn,
Yes.
Shane Sexton,
Yes.
Stephanie Vanderpool,
Yes.
Steve Lloyd,
Abstain.
Tim Fournette,
Yeah.
Tommy Farmer,
Thing.
Wayne Wykoff.
Yeah.
All right, motion carries. Thank you.
We've done,
Thank you, JP.
we've done.
You're welcome. No, thanks for discussing it. I appreciate you being concerned about that too.
We've done 1,
1, 2, and 5.
2, and 5.
Three.
So next up is 3. We're gonna have 2 abstentions. So Mary, could you proceed with a roll call vote on item 3, package 3?
Armando Fontes,
Yes.
Brian Buck,
Yes.
Casey Cox,
Yes.
Sharm Allen,
Yes.
Clay Jackson,
Is this Methodist?
No, it's Vanderbilt.
Vanderbilt?
You're good.
Yes.
Kenmore left, Lisa Tipton,
Yes.
Mike Flynn,
Yes.
Shane Sexton,
Yes.
Stephanie Vanderpool,
Yes.
Steve Lloyd,
Abstain.
Tim Fournette,
Abstain.
Tommy Farmer,
Abstain.
and Wayne, okay,
Wayne Wyckoff.
Wayne Wyckoff.
Yes. He matters. All right, motion carries. And then, item 6, package 3, Dr. Jackson will abstain. Mary, if you are proceeding with a roll call vote.
Armando Fontes,
Yes.
Brian Buck,
Yes.
Casey Cox,
Yes.
Sharm Allen,
Yes.
Clay Jackson,
Thank.
Kenmore left, Lisa Tipton,
Yes.
Mike Flynn,
Yes.
Shane Sexton,
Yes.
Stephanie Vanderpool,
Yes.
Steve Lloyd,
Abstain.
Tim Fournette,
Yes.
Tommy Farmer,
Yes.
Wayne Wyckoff.
Yes.
All right, so motion carries. And I think that finishes
Did we do number 4?
package 3.
We need
Did
to do
we?
number
No,
4.
That's right, we
We've not
didn't.
done 4.
We have not. Thank you. So, item 4, package 3, and, Mike, we're gonna have to let you set this one out, other than abstaining.
I can handle that.
Oh, he's on the line. Oh, gosh, I am having.
It's okay.
Okay, Armando Fontes,
Yes.
Brian Buck,
Yes.
Casey Cox,
Yes.
Sharm Allen,
Yes.
Clay Jackson.
Yeah.
Kenmore's left, Lisa Tipton,
Yes.
Mike Flynn,
Abstain.
Shane Sexton,
Yes.
Stephanie Vanderpool,
Yes.
Steve Lloyd,
Abstain.
Tim Fournette,
Yes.
Tommy Farmer,
Yeah.
Wayne Wyckoff.
Yeah.
All right, motion carries. So that will,
Percentage again.
Mary, can you slide down to percentages on that one?
Yes. Let me,
Know where we are
that
right now?
was, package number 3. And we are right here.
So we've got two categories left. They're gonna be 2 big ones. We're a little over, which we knew we would be with this. So I tried to get through the other stuff as quickly as we could in the interest of being respectful of people's times. Does anybody need a biological break? We good to go? All right, no, I'm good with it. Let's roll on.
All right, recovery support. And I know Tommy can read that, so I'm gonna leave it. Kidding. Okay, the target is 5 million. 5 million. And we do have a number of agencies within recovery support that are newer agencies. Here we go with the top scoring. So I am going to scroll down. Okay, package number 1, top scoring agencies. We do have some that are, go away, some newer agencies that are asking for more than their operating budget. The top one is 84, the next one is 2008, so those have been around for a while. This one right here was incorporated in 2022. Okay, so that's the top scoring agencies. Package number 2 subtracts Cumberland County and Serenity. No, adds Serenity, sorry. Subtracts Cumberland County. That was a newer agency. And so, thank you. And adds Serenity, which is in Memphis. Package number 3 subtracts Cumberland County, which was a newer agency, adds and subtracts Serenity, which had asked for 5.5, but then adds 5 additional agencies. So those are our 3 packages to consider. here is the breakdown. The top, you can see 2, 3, 2, 2, 3 east, 2 middle, 2 west. Package number 2 is 3, 1, 3. So 3 going to west at 46%. And then package number 3, 3 going to west, but it lowers the amount of money. So that's at 14%.
So going to start by looking at package 2.
Okay. Package number 2 is right here.
David, can you read me West Tennessee Addiction Network 2102, just the narrative?
Mr. Chairman, I'll tell you, Tipton Hospital's good people. They're in the country.
Right.
This was one of the quintile 1 counties where if you look at dollars per death, we stunk last time.
Yep.
In round 1. I no longer have a COI, but I practice in this county and I was trained at this hospital in my residency and they have good leadership. So I haven't seen their application, but I'll speak for those people.
I have experience in Tipton County as well, only it's on the flip side of it. I got to know Tipton County through Tommy Farmer, and that's probably not good for the person who was there, and it wasn't.
We do have some folks from bad activities. They're not in the hospital.
No.
Serenity House, did we award them last time? Would this be a multiple application? Because we saw Serenity before.
Let me look. So for education and training and staff, if y'all want to help fill me in here, I'm gonna have to go back and look. Education and training was package 2, and that did include Serenity. And keep me honest, staff, but yeah, education and training was package 2, and that did include Serenity. Yes,
Okay.
Staff agrees.
So my view, I mean, I love package 2 because it has a lot of West Tennessee money. But my view would be, in fairness, since they're lavendered out with a concern about their operating budget and how much they could handle, and this would be a multiple award, I would speak in favor of removing them from package 2, maybe replacing them with somebody else or save some money. If we're gonna gamble on them, if they're in lavender with their award size versus their budget, I think we probably ought not to gamble twice. That's just what I'm.
Well, thanks, Dr. Jackson. You know, in their defense a little bit, they've been around since 1971.
And you did say that's last time, sir. I appreciate that fact. I'm just saying in fairness to the other applications.
I agree. David,
Doubling down on lavender may not be our best bet.
do you mind with the narrative on that one from Tipton? I'm just curious about it because it's one of our target areas.
Yeah, so it says Baptist is committed to establishing an integrated hub and spoke model to combat the opioid crisis in West Tennessee. In this model, Baptist Memorial Hospital, Memphis, Baptist Memorial Hospital, Carroll County, BMH Tipton, BMH Union City will be staffed with trained physicians and certified peer recovery specialists, CPRSs. These 4 hospitals will serve as regional hubs connecting individuals to community-based treatment, recovery resources, prevention efforts. The West Tennessee Addiction Network will also engage community partners and resources in order to ensure comprehensive support enhancing prevention, treatment, and recovery services. By creating a sustainable coordinated recovery ecosystem, we aim to strengthen networks of care and expand education across West Tennessee. This model positions Baptist as a leader in advancing an innovative integrated recovery ecosystem in West Tennessee.
Thank you, David. So Carol,
They've got the chops in Memphis, so they'd be sending people from their 4 rural hospitals and coordinating with the addiction specialists at the big house.
and it goes all the way to Bond County as well.
Right.
Okay.
And just a note on capital, we've approved 500,000 in capital. This will add 440,000, and we've got a target of 2 million on capital. So that would leave $1 million for capital and treatment.
But we would also have voted on 5 of 6 items. So we'd really be on target with capital.
Can we scroll up to the other scores? Because I I'm thinking about what Dr. Jackson says, and I'm inclined to agree, although I'm not gonna vote again, but, I want to look at these projects. Okay,
Can you show us some ones that we did not pick?
yeah, that's what I'm going down right now. I'm trying to, if I can remember. Okay, keep going.
So pretty much starts right here at Dupree Center.
Mhm.
I have a conflict of interest. I'm on their board.
And as far as West, we have Outside In. They have asked for more. West Care Center of Jackson, they asked for more.
Are these these are all passing
Yep.
scores we're looking at?
Yes, yes. And then
Okay.
we have TAMB of Jackson.
Mhm.
And then we have Downtown Memphis Ministry, Inc. Daughters of Zion. I'm just calling out West. That's what I'm hearing. People are wanting to. We had well, as you remember, we have a lot of the most applications from recovery support.
Mhm.
Okay, and that ends it. Ends at Knoxville Academy of Medicine Foundation.
Refresh my mind, where did we already vote? They are already receiving funds in what area? Is it primary prevention?
Who?
The Baptist, Memorial Tipton.
I don't,
Or
this
have I
is,
got my numbers crossed up?
oh, this was Serenity we were talking about. Serenity,
Okay, Serenity.
yeah, they had received under education and training.
Here, Armando, I was wanting to look up there because I mean, I think Clay's Point is a good one. And I was looking up there for things that scored well, that was in a recovery support that we could swap out.
Yeah.
What is the gap between, so is Dupree's the first one that wasn't funded?
That's right. Wait,
What's the
hold on one
gap
second.
between them and the next West application?
So they're 78.85. Next West is Outside In at 75.33.
It's also a lavender one, Clay.
What's the next West? It's not a lavender. I'm just trying to get an idea of how far those apart in quality.
Fair
The
enough.
next West that is not lavender is TAMB of Jackson, Tennessee, Recovery Housing for Men in rural West Tennessee.
It's a 5 or 6 point gap.
It's 73.
It's not those 69.6 and 69.7.
Mhm.
But you're saying the Baptist Memorial of Tipton, they well established, they'll be bringing in a lot of people from rural areas.
That's a slam dunk.
That one is,
Okay.
I mean, that,
We're saying the same thing. I mean, even though they're in a lavender and there's a risk to them,
Yeah.
we get that. But we're giving them the opportunity to step up and do more things and bring more partners into it.
Yeah.
I think we don't punish them for it.
Yeah, I agree.
Unless it's a big one.
well, Clay's point is that with the exact same group, we've already done it once, and he's looking at somebody else. I don't have a problem with it either. I mean, you gotta start somewhere and give them, I'm all for that.
Clearly, Serenity's the one that's in lavender. The Baptist Hospital thing that's an established healthcare group that their model for what they're gonna do works. It's been proven nationally, it's been proven statewide. And the people that are running that they've got addiction chops at Big Baptist and I think this is gonna be a great program for Baptist. I don't have any concerns there. I don't know the Serenity folks, but I'm just saying voting for 2 lavenders might be.
Well, that's what I'm looking at, is I'm more concerned about the Serenity than I am the Baptist.
Yeah.
I would prefer to look at something in West Tennessee to replace Serenity.
Yeah, and Mondo, that's what I was trying to do there. I agree with you, Tommy.
I agree with the same thing, because not only are we talking about multiple lavenders, we're talking about multiple million.
Yep.
This is way outside of there.
The one with the rural hospitals, I mean, it's probably the biggest area of need in our state, and it's addressing an absolute desert. And that's one of the places that we actually did a town hall early on, and you've got support from county leadership in at least 2 of those counties, because I was there.
Yeah.
And the mayor came from both of those places, so I really love that one.
And which one was that? Sorry.
70-20.
Was that
That's
this one right? Oh,
Recovering house for men.
Is this it? The recovery housing for men in rural West Tennessee?
No, ma'am, that's the lowest, that's the highest ranked west. TAM is the highest ranked west that's not Lavender.
Okay, were
That's
y'all,
not awarded currently.
okay, sorry.
And so the question I was raising is the value of a West Tennessee program replacing the Lavender one? Does that weigh more heavily than the higher rated quality? And remember, I led off this brouhaha by saying we can't believe that 69.2 is different than 69.3. But it may be that 78 is different than 73.
Right.
But I gotta be very careful here because the 78 is one that I have a COI with.
Mm-hmm.
I'm asking a question and that's for the council. But if the 78 score from Middle Tennessee is pulled in, I can't vote on that. I really submit to it.
And thanks, Dr. Jackson. Looking at Serenity House, how much are we looking at? Because if we're going to go up to that list and replace them, which I think we need to do, then
It's 1.8 million the first year.
okay, so
So you could take multiple programs.
I know, so let's go, can we go back up to that? To that list? Because we have a lot of,
Reward high rating and West Tennessee, probably.
so roughly 1.8 right from the start.
Okay, so we have DePriest Center.
What are they asking?
What? I'm sorry, Tommy, let me just make this small just for a minute.
Oh,
DePriest is 151,000. Child Advocacy Center of Rutherford County is 324,000. And this is Living Ministries is 46,500.
you still haven't reached a fraction of the 1.8.
Mm,
Like, we could go shopping for a while down this list and still.
okay. I want to see what else is on this. You know, one of the things we look at recovery support services, everything comes up housing. Right. I mean, and we know that. I love job training programs. It's hard to continue your life without a job. But there's also other things that come, you know, that play into that. And, you know, services, other services, medical services, dental service, all kinds of things. And I'm looking up here and I mean, I don't see any that fit that bill. But that's kind of what I'm looking at, because I mean, I know the gaps in the state pretty well, and that's a really tough one right there. So I was just seeing if there's anything else up there, because we haven't funded anything like that.
Healing Hands Healthcare, integrating dental, medical, behavioral health, recovery services, a comprehensive approach. That's in East Tennessee at 329,000.
I'd like to focus on west though, because we have a lot of money out east and middle. So if we could scroll back up and look at west,
Here,
you have
this is
plenty
what
of,
I'm gonna do.
you have plenty of
I don't know
funds
why I haven't thought about
to
this
do that.
before.
Did I read right? We got 1.8 million.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, just give me a quick second. Oh, why isn't this working? Okay, I will start it. Okay, so we have, as far as west goes, outside in. Oh,
There. So outside in 7533.
whoops, sorry. My fingers started moving it around.
David? Can you look at outside in 7833? Just the narrative? How much is that, Armando?
I moved it down. I was trying to look and see how much it was.
Okay, sorry, I'm gonna do this. I am sorry, I haven't thought about this before. I planned to do this earlier. Here we are.
There you go.
I still want to know, I'm curious about outside in. I know they're lavender there, but David, can you just tell us what they do?
Yeah, give me one sec.
So Serenity House is what we're replacing, so we don't need that one. Baptist, we're going the other direction. So outside in, Center Care of Jackson, Recovery Housing for Women, TAM of Jackson, Recovery Housing for Men in rural West Tennessee.
So, outside in The Outside In is a long-term residential recovery program for pregnant and parenting women overcoming opioid and substance use disorders. 10R Level 2 recovery resident standards, ASAM criteria, counseling, peer support, parenting, education, life skills training at no cost. Leveraging partnerships with local stakeholders to provide wraparound support. Mothers will work in an on-site social enterprise to build job skills and work ethics. Children benefit from high-quality child care, trauma-informed holistic care, fostering independence. So, residential recovery program for pregnant and parenting women.
Right, and that's
Wraparound services.
that's what I was reading, which is a need in West Tennessee, and having treatment facilities.
Hold on one second, we get the, go ahead, you're good, I just want to see the numbers.
Having treatment facilities that allows mom to bring children with them is a big deal. We got very few of those in the state.
Yeah.
So that's something to consider there. Is the funding close?
Is it 233,610?
Yes, 233,610.
All right. And we got 1.8.
Yes.
248. $733,430 for 3 years. I think we should add that one in. I like the whole synopsis of what they're doing and the treatment for mothers and children and it's residential.
It is residential, and you know what we wind up doing with those moms right now is bring them to Nashville, because we got 3 facilities in Nashville to do that. It'd be great to be able to have them in West Tennessee. So I would move that we move them to the package that we're considering.
That still leaves $1,066,000 to go with.
Please.
Our kid,
We'll go that.
yeah, it was.
We'll be a spreadsheet expert when you get done.
Oh, no. I know all I'm going to know. Okay, I'm doing this to package 2. Is that right? Yes.
Already took out some.
There we go. Yeah, I've taken out Serenity. Sorry for the color situation here.
They got fun. In certain kind of cells and then automatically update the.
And they ask if.
It automatically update the total.
Sir.
Sir, they got row. Think feature.
The size of my waist part. I think small.
So Amanda, what do we got left?
1,060,000.
Okay.
If you'll, did it update? What you can always do is you can take.
Did that work, David Lewis?
Looks like-
No.
Hit back a couple times. Hit back, I'll speak with you. Hit back a couple times.
Going, what do you,
Go all the way to the top. Go to the very top where the little save disc is. No, all the way up to the top of your thing.
oh, this, right, you want me to do this?
Put Serenity back in.
Oh,
Yeah, so put Serenity back in. It's there. Now go up to the outside in. Let me show you a quick way to do this. Go up to the outside in. And on the very left 20 right there, copy. And then go back down to Serenity and on that left bar, paste it, and it'll replace that whole section. It'll click to the left right there, hit paste.
paste special?
Yeah, it should replace all that.
Yeah, special.
There you go.
Oh, it did.
All right, so did this add, somehow we've gone way over. Okay, adding outside in, yeah. Okay, Melissa, that, I did it right. Okay, so we're at 3.4 and our target is 3. Oh, it's at 5. Yes, 5.
To 5.
The priest?
The priest. Yeah.
Oh, I am sorted by Grand Region. Let me take this out. All right, middle.
Well,
What are you wanting to know about them?
I'd actually like to move that one into,
What the package we're creating?
That's a 1-year funding, Tom. For 151,600.
yeah,
They do intensive outpatient. They do, they're adding, I think they're adding overnight services. You probably know it better than I do.
That one's one I'm not familiar with, but
If you do insert copied cells, it'll teach your, if you just if you do the undo once and then you do insert copied cell, it'll automatically.
Okay. Somehow that wasn't showing up this past couple of times. All right, so here we are. We are at 3.6 million.
Bob, Mary, can you add statewide to west? Can you click statewide and west? And let's see if there's anything statewide that we can look at that pops in there. You know, sure.
We have Tennessee Pharmacists Research and Education Foundation.
Okay, so that's for the recovering pharmacist. Okay.
We also have Downtown Memphis Ministries. We have Daughters of Zion, which is 502,000.
And their scores, I'm gonna pull a Clay here. Let's look over.
Their scores are 72 for
Okay.
Memphis and 70 for Daughters of Zion.
So we could probably assume that all those are about the same score wise.
Do you want me to add these two?
Could we look up the 2057 for Downtown Memphis Ministries?
Hey, Mark, can you look up 2057?
2057?
Yes.
How much is the total on that one?
We're doing downtown Memphis.
Yeah.
It is 80,000.
Okay, that's a small, okay.
that's right. I don't believe that one.
Want to hear the narrative?
Yes.
Program is proposed initiative designed to support women in recovery from substance abuse disorders, including opiate addiction. The program will focus on healing, renewal, personal growth through a series of in-person workshops led by certified peer recovery specialists. We Renew will create a safe, nurturing, empowering environment where participants can explore healthier coping strategies. We build confidence and connect with others in recovery. Through education, open dialogue, and experiential learning, the program will promote resilience, self-discovery, and equip participants with the skills needed for long-term recovery. The program will offer a variety of workshops addressing the emotional, creative, and practical aspects of recovery. These sessions will include art, music therapy, personal finance and budgeting, meditation and mindfulness, role-playing workshops, family group support, and guest speaker seminars. These workshops will engage participants, build self-esteem, provide valuable tools for overcoming life's challenges. CPRS will guide each session with trauma-informed care, ensuring that participants feel heard, valued, supported throughout the recovery journey. We Renew will empower women to rediscover their strengths, enhance their life skills, and embrace the potential for lasting transformation, offering a vital resource in the fight against opiate addiction and supporting substance sustained recovery.
I've got to re-add in outside in because I don't think I copied the whole cell.
At dinner.
Yes.
The downtown Memphis seems like it's just a real good women's counseling program that has a variety of services. And they're not asking for, like some of these other, 84,000.
Sorry, I don't know them.
I don't know them either. Yeah, so if you funded that, you're looking at 981,000.
Hey, guys. Hey, guys.
Yes, Commissioner.
Hey, I know Downtown Ministries. I worked there when I started my career. They're attached to Calvary Episcopal Church. They've been working with homeless and individuals struggling with substance abuse, mental illness for over, I don't know, 30 something years. They're a very reputable organization.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Extremely helpful.
Thank you. Say Adam in.
Okay, hold on. I'm redoing my thumb. Oh, it still worked. Okay. All right. So I'm adding in, tell me, sorry, what I'm adding in.
Downtown, Memphis Ministries for 84,800. Yeah.
I don't know why it's doing that, but it's about to.
Yeah. He's young. We still got everybody else.
We do. We lost Ken and that's it.
I just don't want to lose, people lose funding because we don't have enough
No,
to get to.
no, we've got enough to get to 8. It's just a matter of filling this in right now.
I'm just. How did you do myself?
Did you leave out the,
Melissa, I'm gonna need your help here.
did you leave out the $101,500,000?
So the 1,500,000 is right here.
Okay.
We match. Okay, we're good. All right, so we're at 33.69. We're making some progress.
Hard to spend money
It-
ethically.
Yes.
We're over. It went down.
And David Lewis, are you tracking with what I'm doing? Okay. All right, so we've added in outside in, downtown Memphis, and the Priest. So I am sorted on west and statewide. Where, did we talk about this Jackson, Tennessee?
We did. That's recovery housing. I mean, it's a million,
It's gonna, yeah, it's definitely gonna put us high on our,
but it would get us closer.
yeah.
If our goal is to get to 5, it would help us.
You got 981,770 this thing.
Okay.
And what is that on the first year? 7?
It is, yeah, 7. It's 7 and it's 5 million on capital. So it's 743 on the first year.
They're gonna be building.
I gotta be honest, recovery housing in West Tennessee, I'm saying give them the capital. I'm hearing from Stephen, we don't have enough beds in West Tennessee.
It's a 16-bed building to provide permanent supportive housing for men on their campus in Jackson.
That's a huge impact on Madison County. I'm looking at Madison County and they were, if I read the map right, Madison County was a third quintile, meaning they were right in the middle of money per desk at round 1. If that matters to anybody.
What was it? 125,000 in 7, there it is, 740, 120.
Anybody want me to add those in? Add that one in?
I'd like to put TAM in and see what we do.
Okay.
That's 993, 120 for 3 years.
All right, that'll put us at 4.433.
We still got 600,000 to spend. And we just made 16 beds here in Jackson County, in Jackson, Tennessee. I like that. I know Stephen will. Because every bed's makes Stephen happy.
Very good. Marilyn Jackson for sure.
I like it because I can get a patient there. That's an hour.
Is that somebody, are they familiar with who that is?
I am not.
Capital would be, this would put our capital at 1.4 with roughly 550 to spend.
I was gonna say we're just under 2 for that. Okay.
But only one more category to go, right?
Yeah.
Right.
All right. So
All right, Armando, find us 600 more thousand.
do you want me to unsort on West and statewide or stay on this? Because we're down to, let's see here, International Association for Human Values. Oh, I don't have a,
Throw up next highest score.
Let's go by next highest score, dude, because we reached up for decreased and did a Middle Tennessee, and we've gone pretty far down the west list.
okay. So let's see here. We've decreased, Child Advocacy Center. I cannot remember what's on there. This is Living. Is that on there? I just need to double check here.
So if we think about the needs of our state,
We don't have that. We don't have This is Living.
is there anything on here that is targeting African Americans and housing?
That children's thing, the Child Advocacy Center, I mean, that's a children's program for 300,000. I don't know what they're doing with the kids though.
David, it's 1912. 1912.
If you're looking for African Americans, look at the West and look for Memphis again. We're a majority black city.
Ready?
Yes.
Child Advocacy Center in Rutherford County Drug Endangered Children's Program will assist in combating the opiate epidemic by reaching out to all families with drug exposed children, referred by the Department of Children's Services in Rutherford and Cannon counties to offer the following in-home services for parents struggling with substance use. Substance abuse education, substance abuse counseling, relapse prevention, anger management, stress management, parenting skills, communication skills. Referrals to alcohol and drug treatment centers, intensive outpatient services, mental health treatment, recovery groups such as AA, NA, Al-Anon, our team, Celebrate Recovery. Case management services to assist with employment, housing, food stamps, childcare. The goal is to help parents and grandparents with SUD to reduce or eliminate their substance use. The following services are provided to drug exposed children and youth: substance abuse education and counseling. Developing a safety plan so children know how to respond when a parent relapses or overdoses.
Yeah, I say give them the money.
Yeah.
You convinced me.
All right.
Is there vulnerable people that already have a genetic predisposition? Stephen, will you give up your burning desire for more beds to do a children's program?
No, it's a huge need in the state. I mean, I have no problem with it at all. I think, the thing I'd like to look, how much money do we have left here?
Okay, hold on. Let me do some math.
I think you're gonna have
Oh,
about
wait.
300,000.
Yeah.
250.
How's,
You could do the children's center in the east and take your whole 600 and put down one children's center if you want to focus on children.
Yeah.
You do the child health center. I'd have to.
Go get that program read to us.
can you what?
Get that program read to us.
Absolutely. It's requested.
Which one was
The
it?
East Children's Program in the East.
Hold on one second. What is it?
Child help.
1931. 1931.
It's got 40 months.
Hey, we read it down.
Good programs.
I want to hear it.
Yeah, I got it.
I'm sorry, Nita.
Oh, yes.
The mission of Child Helps to meet the physical and emotional needs of children who have suffered from trauma and maltreatment. Victims of crime and their families come to Child Help for help in their journey toward healing. Many of these cases, the impact of opioid use has caused or complicated the trauma of these children. For these children, the opioid epidemic is a daily reality affecting the quality of their life in their home. Child Help is committed to combating the effects of opioid use by targeting the smallest victims of this epidemic, providing services to address the magnitude of this problem. Services that Child Help provides can make a direct impact on the lives of these children by providing families with support and resources to overcome the effects of opioid addiction. By identifying children and families who are impacted by addiction on intake, we can provide specialized evidence-based treatment as well as provide support for the whole family with resources and emotional support. By intervening in these families' lives during a period of crisis, these families are often more accepting of the intervention. This project would enable Child Help to hire 2 additional therapists. Hire 2 more therapists.
Hire 2 more therapists.
Sounds like.
All right, we have until 4:30 to be out of here. Is that when the whole building closes? The building closes at 4:30.
I want you to read one more,
Okay,
and I know it's in dark. Read, what is that?
1986.
1986.
My father's house, Nashville. African-American men in Davis County face alarming disparities in opioid, some stats about deaths increasing, et cetera, et cetera. My father's house, Nashville, proposes an expansion of its recovery support program to provide comprehensive wraparound services for African-American fathers recovering from OUD, increased capacity from 2 to 8 10R level 2 certified homes. So we're talking about 6 new recovery homes, safe recovery focused environments, trauma informed care, life skills classes, recovery coaches, also addresses co-occurring mental health conditions, integrated care, tracking outcomes, et cetera, et cetera. So, yeah, the expansion of recovery support program, adding some, sober living for African-American men in Davidson County.
You say 2.
What's the first year cost?
Sorry.
Hold on, it is, 276,000.
I know this is an operating budget issue, but I mean, this is a critical. Black dads, and this is going to get worse in the black population as we go along.
From an operational standpoint, if we were to add them in, I would want to put them on prepayment, which means we would have to review all records before paying any invoices.
So you're telling me you've got guardrails around the risk? Yeah.
Yes,
More trouble for you, but that's reassuring to me.
yes.
Because it's a massive need in Tennessee.
They're expanding a facility that can be used for years.
Yeah.
So was it 6 beds or was it 2 to 8?
2 to 8, so there's 6 more beds.
6 more.
No, 6
No,
more
no,
houses.
residents.
6 more houses, sorry.
6 more houses.
Right, other funding sources.
Yeah,
We should
yeah.
do this.
Yeah.
Throw that one
It
in
is
there.
my father's. Okay, hold on one second. Is this the only one I'm adding? My father's house?
That's
Well,
gonna,
I'll tell you in a minute.
that'll use up most of it.
We'll get it. We'll get it. We'll get there. So what's that get us to?
Hold on. Sorry, my addition went away. Melissa will probably tell me in a minute. Who's behind me? It's my conscience.
Hey, 5035.
So can we go ahead and go with that one?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we vote for this slate.
Okay, slide over here to,
Second.
I know, hang on a second,
I
hang
have a
on.
single eye for DeFreeze, so I'll have to abstain from that one.
I know,
We
I
gotta
know.
get everybody out of the bathroom because we need all the votes.
Yeah,
I currently do not have any conflicts of interest noted, so I need to have, if anybody has a.
Jackson DeFreeze.
that one's yours?
Yeah.
Okay, so we only have one conflict of interest. We'll get everybody out of the bathroom. We should be able to vote in toto because he shouldn't matter. And then we can move on so we can get finished.
You can vote on the whole thing and not just.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, once I've only got one, Sheriff, that's,
JP's got his hand raised.
So he can't make, so I make a motion. I'm sorry.
let's wait till I get back from the bathroom. JP's got his hand raised. JP?
Hey, Dr. Lloyd, I just wanted to make sure to leave no doubt about the voting situation. I wanted to let you know that the statute that creates the council requires a majority of the entire membership. So just to conclude the whole analysis, you need 8 to do anything. So just wanted to make sure you knew.
So JP, is that another way of you telling me you were right to start with?
I always strive for that. Yes, sir.
All right. We're just waiting on our members to get back from the bathroom. We got some old men here, and we'll get this one and move on. Appreciate y'all hanging tough, man. We're okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
It's Shane Sexton. I can't see the whole list, but I think I saw a list, an entity from Campbell County on down. I want to remind the council that Campbell County is one of the targeted counties when we first did our analysis last year. I
Yes.
can't remember the metric, whether it was money per deaths or don't remember what it was, but it was one of the targeted ones. And I think that's part of this particular bundle. I'm not seeing it on my list yet. It would be Bridges to Recovery, and I will be recusing myself. I'm very acquainted with them, but just want to make sure that we're covering all the needed areas. I have all due respect to West Tennessee. I know we shirked them last time, but Campbell's in great need too. So
Thanks, Judge. Just a reminder, when I get back in here, I will
okay.
I'll summarize
I
that. And
thought it was
I've
good
got
time.
no, I've got another good stat for you on Campbell County, so I'll support you.
Okay, thank you.
While you're waiting for him to come back, in similar to what you're talking about too. If you look at the overdose deaths, to the chart on, I think 17, page 17. And then goes to another one. I know we've already talked about it, but like the Cumberland County one. I know that there may have been an issue or something that we saw in there, but I would remind that is dead in the middle of the areas that we've got increases across the state. And I know we're focusing on West, but we got to look at areas where we're not seeing any decrease in overdose deaths at all. And these are 23 numbers. 24 didn't change.
Right.
From provisional numbers. It's going to be similar.
And I will say to your point, especially the farmer, that although we did award a lot of East Tennessee grants, if you look at Cumberland County on graph 14, it was in the first quintile, meaning that even though East Tennessee got money, they didn't get money relative to their deaths. They got less than $20,000 per death.
Armando.
Yeah, thanks.
That's why I want
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
The only one, all right, we should be good. All right, we are good. So I want to go ahead and entertain this panel. We've only got one recusal, and who was that? It's Clay. So I'll need a motion to accept the panel that we have before us. I don't know what number it is.
It's modified number 2.
Modified number 2. So I got a motion to approve modified number 2 by General Allen, a second by Dr. Fournette. Any discussion?
Would you accept a friendly amendment to accept the breach, because I'm going to have to recuse myself? So if we can vote for the panel that
I don't think you're going to matter. That's why I didn't do it that way. I think you're good.
I'll accept my shoot down. I'm in the Brian Buck category.
All right, Mary, would you proceed with the roll call vote?
Yes. Armando Fontes,
Yes.
Brian Buck,
Yes.
Casey Cox, Sharm Allen, Clay Jackson,
Thanks.
Ken Moore has left, Lisa Tipton,
Yes.
Mike Flynn. He may not be on still. Shane Sexton.
Yes.
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 Oh, okay. Thank you, Mike. Stephanie Vanderpool,
Yes.
Steve Lloyd,
Same.
Tim Fournette,
Yes.
Tommy Farmer,
But it's a
Wayne Wyckoff,
Okay, all right, motion carries. And I wanted just, before we move on, just 2 things. I think the point about Cumberland County is a really good one. Work in this area a ton, and you're right, we've got a hard job here, but we cannot forget other areas of the state as well, particularly in areas that are still going up, because there's a reason for that. And then what Judge Sexton said, Campbell County has traditionally been our worst overdose county in the state when it comes to per capita. And so everything that Judge Sexton said is correct. In addition to, it is absolutely, traditionally our worst overdose county. And it's hung out, halfway in between Knoxville and Lexington. So, not a lot of resources there. So I do not want to forget these areas. It's hard to be all things to all people at all times. As a matter of fact, it's impossible. But I don't want the people in those areas to think that we're shunning them. We definitely need to address that, and we'll come back to it, doing the best we can with what we have right now. And with that said, can we move on to the last category? And Clay, if you don't mind, as the deputy chair of watching this while I use the bathroom.
I accept the chairmanship at this time and turn to our executive director for further direction.
And I just had some fettuccine Alfredo, so I've got a little bit more sugar in me. Okay, treatment, $10 million. And we are down to, I think it's, we're around 500,000 for capital. So we have a number of passing applications. Package number 1, top scoring applications. It does include Treehouse Recovery, which is a new entity, just over the 2-year mark. And I would do the same as I did for the one that had been grayed out. If this one was accepted, to ask to put them on prepayment as well. Package number 2 takes out Treehouse Recovery, but doesn't add any additional ones. Package number 3 takes out Treehouse Recovery and Cedar and adds 3 additional agencies. So, and Cedar was taken out because they have a high ask here. And so that adds 4 additional agencies. So we have the top scoring one that includes a newer agency, just asked to put them on prepayment. Package number 2 takes them out. And then package number 3 takes out Treehouse and Cedar and adds 3 additional agencies. As far as, here we go. The funding, package number 1, there's 34% going to West. Package number 2, there is 38% going to West. And then package number 3, there is 34%. So they're all pretty much in the same area with how much money is going to West.
Mary,
Yes,
is Cedar Recovery the same Cedar Recovery that employs our charities at Bathroom?
that's correct.
He's not on COI. I'm assuming that's because he abstains from everything.
I mean, he has been abstaining from all of the votes.
I would still list him in case anybody pulls
Okay.
this
Yep.
Spreadsheet up.
Yep.
And they see that name absent.
Oh, I see where you're going. Yes,
We know that Stephen is simple, but I just want to make sure that people don't
got it.
disparage his good name.
So there's Cedar right there
It's in package 2 as well.
and package 1. Okay, got it. I'm gonna add this
Yeah,
right.
2 and 1.
Okay.
Hey, Mary, as it relates to conflict of interest, in package number 3, I would have a conflict of interest with Alliance and Professional Care Services.
Yep, I got you listed.
Okay. And,
Oh,
you know,
wait, I've got you listed. Sorry. Oh, sorry. I have you for Ridgeview. So Alliance and PCS as well.
yes,
And then I also have you listed for New Life Medicine.
yes.
So hold on. Okay. If we do package number 3, I'll come back to that.
Okay, yeah, so, I will abstain from those votes. I would say that package number 3 really puts a strong treatment continuum together in West Tennessee.
And then PCS.
Mr. Chairman, would you like to resume being chairman?
I can. Thank you, Dr. Jackson. I
I
will.
yield the chair to Dr. Lloyd. Nothing's happened except she's explained things, and then we added you in nominally as a Cedar Recovery COI. I know you've been abstaining from all votes, but just for the sake of the minutes, if anybody pulls a spreadsheet,
You bet.
I don't want them to assume that we did not discuss that.
No, and you can add me as a COI for Renewal House as well in Nashville. It was in proposal 3.
Oh, thank you.
No, I didn't know. I didn't know we had things in here.
I understand. And we know you abstained from all those, but it just, I just don't want anybody to pull the spreadsheet 2 years from now and say you didn't account
That's
for
right.
that COI.
Nope, I appreciate it.
All right. So we're back to our packages. Package 1. Top scoring would just ask those to be on prepayment. Treehouse. Package number 2 takes Treehouse out. Package number 3 takes out Treehouse and Cedar because of the asking for 2.9 and adds 3 additional agencies. And it's 412 and we're going to need to do some cleaning up before the admin leaves.
Well, scroll up just a little bit more. Because right there, package 2, you're looking at the map on page 9. You see several areas in middle and west. You got middle west, some east, west. Scroll down, please. Yeah, okay. So you actually have middle and west being addressed where you are seeing the increases of overdoses.
Yeah, this has a pretty good distribution. Looking at, middle is less represented in all 3 of the packages, but it's a pretty good distribution.
It's even covering some of the east, so.
Does anybody have a strong feeling we want to talk about?
You know, for the gallery, could you increase that display 1?
Looking at my computer, so I've hit this
Go to 100%.
100%. There you go. Whoops. Let me move this over.
Perfect.
So there's package 1, Tennessee Tech, Baptist Memorial, Ridgeview, Council, Cadus, Jacoa, Vanderbilt, Alliance, Renewal. Wait, is this? Yeah. Restoration, Hamblin, Treehouse, Cedar. 2, Tech, Baptist, Ridgeview, Cadus, Jacoa, Vanderbilt, Alliance, Renewal, Restoration, Hamblin, Cedar. 3, Tech, Baptist, Ridgeview, Cadus, Jacoa, Alliance, Renewal, Restoration, Hamblin, PCS, New Life, Crossroads. So number 1 and number 2, the only difference is number 1 has Treehouse, number 2 doesn't. Because I can't add any more in without going over with Cedar at 2.9. And 3, Cedar comes out and 3 additional are added.
Make a motion, we go with chicken package number 2.
All right, we have a motion on the floor to pass package number 2. The breakdown looks decent.
And here are the COIs, Brian, Tommy, Tim, and Steve.
All right. Do I have a second?
That's second. Mr. Chairman, I would advise that we vote on the ones that have no conflicts. We're just getting close on the.
We will.
We had,
I know, I think
we're one bad signal area away from
I know.
failing because of technical difficulties not being as willed.
I think I've got this one figured out at this point. Maybe not, but we'll see. I'll have to wait on Sam and JP to correct me. So I have a motion on the floor and a second for package number 2, if that's correct, ex-Sheriff Fontes. All right, any discussion?
Hold on a second. I'm going to hide some rows.
Okay. That'll be good when we get over there to the edge and we can talk about if you can number them for me.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Okay. All right, so the first one we will take.
Can I, how close are we to our allocated amount for treatment in package number 2?
Really close.
Yeah.
On top of it.
I've hidden it. Melissa, can you tell me?
I'm sorry, Mary, do you need the total for treatment or the total allocated for everything?
Total,
Treatment first year,
yeah, treatment first year.
1,784.
8.794918.
So, that's for year one.
Yeah.
And the allocation is 10.
Yes.
Did we want to add a provider to, or a proposal to number 2?
Well, yeah, I'm not opposed to doing anything. We have about 5 minutes before we're gonna have to start cleaning this place up, and I don't, hate to feel rushed, but we can always carry that number forward. If we don't want to do that, I think it's, I'll leave it up to the will of the council, but that's about how long we have, Brian, and I'm sorry about that. I mean, if you have somebody you'd like us to entertain, I think we could do that, but short of that, I think we need to vote and so we can get this money allocated, and if need be, then we can carry it forward. We're not losing anything.
Well, and when you stepped out, Dr. Lloyd, I had just mentioned that the package 3, which includes PCS, which I have a conflict with, so is a really strong proposal, or a really strong package. I didn't know if that package would support an additional provider for West Tennessee.
Well, I think let's.
Hey, Dr. Dr.
Yes,
Lloyd, can
Commissioner.
I ask a
Yes.
question?
Yes.
I know that we got a lot of eyes that watch all of this, and I know that we got a time issue to get out of that room. I mean, I just want to make sure that everybody feels like they're having enough time to make the best decision. Should y'all move it to another day to consider the treatment ones? I just want to make sure. And I guess I'd also wonder, I mean, could you stay there and clean up, go ahead and finish out the conversation today?
So Commissioner, the feel of the room is they want to address this right now. And I'm just looking around, and I'm sorry you can't see them, and I think that from a time standpoint, but if you look at this, I mean, with these 2 proposals, we're close on either one of them.
Yeah.
And I think I don't think the room would move forward if they had a problem with it. And if we have money left, then we can move it forward. And so I realize we do have eyes on it. I probably realize it more than anybody in this room.
And not to add another thing, but we will go over with capital 518,000. So we'll put it at 2.5 million for capital with this package. That's just, I mean, you're the council, you can make that decision.
We're working. All
right.
Thanks for making some work.
So we've got package 2 on the board. We got a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
Call the question.
Call the question by Dr. Jackson. Mary, would you proceed with, hold on a second. We can't do it that way. So for items 1, 2, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, and 10. That's what we're voting on right now.
Armando Fontes,
Yes.
Brian Buck,
Yes.
Casey Cox,
Yes.
Shar Mellon,
Yes.
Clay Jackson,
Yes.
Ken Moore's absent, Lisa Tipton,
Yes.
Mike Flynn,
Yes.
Shane Sexton,
Yes.
Stephanie Vanterpool,
Yes.
Steve Lloyd,
Abstain.
Tim Fournette,
Yes.
Tommy Farmer,
Yes.
Wayne Wyckoff.
Yes.
Now, we will take up item 3, Ridgeview Psychiatric Hospital and Center. And Brian, you are recused on this one, correct, sir?
That's correct.
All right, thank you. Mary, would you proceed with the roll call vote?
Armando Fontes,
Yes.
Brian Buck.
He's abstaining.
Okay. Casey Cox,
Yes.
Shar Mallon,
Yes.
Clay Jackson,
Yes.
Lisa Tipton, Ken Moore, not here.
Yes.
Lisa Tipton. Okay, Mike Flynn,
Yes.
Shane Sexton,
Yes.
Stephanie Vanterpool,
Yes.
Steve Lloyd,
Abstain.
Tim Fournette,
Yes.
Tommy Farmer,
Yes.
Wayne Wykoff.
Yes.
All right, and then the last one, number 11, I'm abstained from, but I've been abstained from all of them. So Mary, would you proceed with the roll call vote?
Yes. Armando Fontes,
Yes.
Brian Buck,
Yes.
Casey Cox,
Yes.
Sharm Allen,
Yes.
Clay Jackson,
Yes.
Ken Moore, not here, Lisa Tipton,
Yes.
Mike Flynn,
Yes.
Shane Sexton,
Yes.
Stephanie Vanterpool,
Yes.
Steve Lloyd,
Abstain.
Tim Fournette, Tommy Farmer,
We're not voting on 6, are we?
11.
Yes.
Wayne Wykoff.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. And then last but not least, item 6, of which Agent Farmer and Dr. Fournette are abstained from.
You have, 800 and something.
All right,
Or-
somebody needs to go on mute, please. Please check. Okay.
Anyway, which.
Somebody needs to put themselves on mute. If you said the word 800, you need to put yourself on mute.
All right, here we go. Armando Fontes,
Yes.
Brian Buck,
Yes.
Casey Cox,
Yes.
Sharm Allen,
Yes.
Clay Jackson. Wait, Clay Jackson,
Yes.
Ken Moore, not here, Lisa Tipton,
Yes.
Mike Flynn,
Yes.
Shane Sexton,
Yes.
Stephanie Vanterpool,
Yes.
Steve Lloyd,
Abstain.
Tim Fournette,
Abstain.
Tommy Farmer,
Abstain.
Wayne Wykoff.
Yes.
Motion carries. So that we can relax this a little bit. Sam just whispered that we have about 10 to 15 minutes extra here, so we can actually finish up, like we need to. Thank you all. I know it's long. I was trying to decide whether or not I'm gonna keep my phone on the rest of the day or not. Right now, if you're entertaining the idea of getting a hold of me after we leave here, that's probably not gonna happen. But at any rate, thank you all. Good work. I get fired up every time we get to put money in our communities, and we did that today, and I think we can be proud of that. Commissioner, thank you. I appreciate you joining us and helping. Always appreciate your guidance. And JP and Sam, thank you both for the guidance you give us as well. The last section is public comment. The Opioid Abatement Council, I'm sorry. I was almost sure I could read that. The Opioid Abatement Council shall reserve a period for public comment to provide the public with the opportunity to comment on matters that are relevant to the items on the agenda for the meeting. At the appropriate time, the chair will open the meeting for public comment. Guests attending in person shall make their intent to speak known, and the chair will recognize the individual. And me being the chair, I will open it up for public comment. Nathan, do we have anybody who signed in for public comment?
No, we don't have that.
Okay, do we have anybody?
Yeah, there's one hand up on the
Okay.
online.
All right, we don't have anybody in person, so SK for public comment, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam and Sir. I'd like to understand why Crossroads was rated out of the third package and not rated in the second package. What was the reasoning for that, and what was the scale?
So the
So we
public
can do better
comment
next
is not, the public comment is not a Q&A section. And will not address, this particular question in this forum. And so I don't know if we have a route that we can say. You can always, email your request to the Opioid Abatement Council, and that website is available, for you to look at. It's Tennessee Opioid Abatement Council. You can search that and you can send your question in there, and we'll address it to the best of our ability.
Okay, so I should address that to the email, and I can get the scaling, the metrics that were used to scale every application?
We will review the request. I can't make any promises sitting right here.
So as a
Okay.
reminder, the public comment section is just that. We have set the ground rules on it at every meeting, and probably should have done a little bit better job this time, but again, under a tad bit of a time crunch, although we do have extra time here. And so it's not a Q&A session. We do our best to give you guidance on getting an answer to your question to the best of our ability. But this one is outside the scope of what we can address in the public comment section. Anybody else online?
Hands raised.
Matthew, I'd ask that you not leave, if you don't mind, because I want my picture with General Allen. Does anybody else have any business? Guys, thank you all for hanging in. It looks like we get to drive home maybe in a storm.
Mr. Chairman, I'm moving to adjourn.
All right, we've got to move to adjourn. Do we have a second? All right, all in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Meeting is adjourned.